Is Michael Aguilar. I'm the User Engagement Insights Librarian here at SJSU, and I'd like to officially welcome you all to World Information Architecture Day here in San Jose. So I'm going to get started with some logistics. Going to get to the next slide pretty quickly. Sorry, what's happening? All right, cool. So some logistics, basically. Just want to remind everyone that we are live streaming this event and it is being recorded, so please be mindful of that just as we participate both in person and online. We encourage you all to interact with us in both modalities. Please feel free to, if you're online, please feel free to comment or ask questions. If you'd like to speak, just raise your hand. In person, the same thing, and we'll get to you. And we have someone who, for our online audience, who will read your questions out loud so that everybody can hear them both online and in person. Here at San Jose, we typically do land acknowledgements for events like these. Today, here in person, we are gathered on the ethno-historical tribal territory of the Damian Ohlone, who were the direct ancestors of the lineages enrolled in the Muwekma Ohlone tribe, and who were missionized into Mission Santa Clara, San Jose, and Dolores. And for those of you who are joining us online today, I'd invite you all to also reflect on where you're coming from and who are the ancestral caretakers of that land. So we're a local iteration here of World IA Day, which is part of which is organized by the World Information Architecture Association, whose mission you can see here on the screen: to build and connect a global community of IA advocates and practitioners, promote the role of IA in different fields, provide resources for learning and professional development, and engage IA academics and professionals in research and development. And you'll see we have an agenda built out to kind of hit all these different points. Particularly, we have academics and we have professionals in the field who will be talking today. I really like this line. Imagine a world, like kind of like the mission statement of this event. Imagine a world where people can easily find and understand what they need. Basically, a world where information is understood. I wanted to kind of just talk about it for a second because I thought it was very fitting if we're talking about understanding and organizing information that we're coming to from a library today. And I mentioned earlier, it's a one-day event hosted across the world, a truly like global conference curated and organized by volunteers around the world, focused on information architecture. And we'll get into all the different areas that information architecture covers, whether that's UX, UI, or IA itself. And here's kind of just like a visual of what a global conference looks like. You'll see pins literally across the globe of where this took place last year. We have 25 locations on this screen. It's 26 this year. This image will be updated with a pin up there in Northern California because we brought this event back this year. I also wanted to make a couple notes just on the code of conduct. The board of directors for the World IA Association have drafted a code of conduct to be upheld by any member of the global and local volunteer teams, and it applies to participants, volunteers, attendees, and speakers across all of the locations. If you're interested in learning more, it's available. The full code is available at worldiad.org/code-of-conduct. Essentially, we won't tolerate harassment of any of the participants, speakers, volunteers, or attendees today. And if you're interested in getting more involved with the World IA Association, there's a number of ways you can do that. They have a number of projects. They do work related to websites. They do World IA cafes, sort of like mini talks that take place, I believe, roughly monthly, in case you don't want to wait a full year for the next World IA Day. They have different committees that run these events, do education, work on accessibility, their publications and communications. Then they have their global board, which consists of the planning committee and regional co-directors. You can also join them on Discord if you're interested. And the link there is on the screen. And we'll host these slides on the San Jose WEAD website as well. And I mentioned our agenda. It is packed today. We have a full one running from 10:50 to 3. We'll start with Dan Rosenberg, who will talk about leveraging information architecture within UX interaction design, followed by Anita Chang, who will discuss lessons from a UX career 10 years in the making. And those first two will be full presentations. After that second one, we'll switch into our workshop session. First one hosted by myself, which will focus on crafting user personas for AI. Second one will be a hands-on workshop and discussion related to biases in AI. And then our last workshop of the day will be on visual design tools and its application for library UX and UI. And then we'll end the day with if you're in person still with us, with a reception hosted by the SJSU iSchool. A couple notes, those workshops, if you're online, they are designed to meet everybody's needs. They're designed for in-person and online interaction. So hang out with us still through those. They're designed with you in mind. You'll also notice we don't have an official lunch break in here. So if you need to go get something to eat, feel free. If you need some coffee, feel free to step out and do what you need. We do have a cafe here in the library. If you're unfamiliar, it's Nirvana Soul. You'll just exit right, go down, and before you exit the building, it's to your left. And then we have a number of places, obviously, in downtown San Jose that you can check out. Lastly, I wanted to give a shout out to our partners. I mentioned the reception is hosted by the SJSU iSchool. That is our School of Information. We are coming to you from the Digital Humanities Center. We are in the SJSU King Library, and this event was also formed in partnership with the User Experience Student Group at the iSchool. They are a big reason why we put this event together today, kind of identifying some real student interest in learning about this work. And so I worked with them, and we put a lot of this together. So I am going to invite up the co-chair of the User Experience Student Group, who will introduce our first speaker, Jen Hunter.
Good morning. Our first speaker today is Professor Dan Rosenberg, who is a UX consultant and an adjunct professor of human-computer interaction design here at SJSU within the Masters of Science Human Factors Engineering program. He's been affiliated with the program for 10 years. Prior to joining SJSU, Rosenberg was a senior vice president at SAP for 7 years. In this capacity, he directed user experience design and usability activities across all SAP product lines. Prior to joining SAP, he was vice president of R&D for UI design at Oracle Corporation for 11 years. His previous corporate positions include the role of user interface architect for Borland International and Ashton Tate. While at Borland, he designed the first Windows graphical user interface, or GUI, for Borland C++, as well as many other early innovative product user interfaces for personal computers. Dan invented many of the standard GUI design patterns we use today during the early days of the software industry, when he worked as a user interface architect for Ashton Tate and Borland. These include the first GUI integrated developmental environment, defining the workspace style, UX for programming and creative tools. He invented tabs as a UI mechanism and also designed the first GUI administration UX while he was the UX VP at Oracle. The title of his talk today is Leveraging Information Architecture Within UX Interaction Design, in which he will introduce semantic interaction design. He'll illustrate how it leverages core concepts from the field of information architecture to define the foundational grammar, taxonomy of a user experience before sketching a single screen or flow. The application of this design method results in digital solutions that are both easy to learn and productive to use. Please join us in welcoming Professor Rosenberg.
Okay. Thank you very much for that very thorough introduction. Okay. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me. So, for a little bit of context, World Information Architecture Day is actually very important. It's been going on for a long time. I participated in several of these all over the world. And in fact, I'm participating in one in Richmond, Virginia on Saturday. So it's actually probably not just one day because everybody can't schedule quite the same. But what it's indicative of is the growth and sustainability of this as its own independent topic. There was a period in the UX world, I would probably say about 15 years ago, where a lot of people in the interaction design world thought information architecture was a dead topic. It was very big in the beginning, Introduction of the Web, the seminal book by Rosenfeld and Lou Rosenfeld and Peter Morville on world information architecture. But then it kind of went down, and now it's back up where it should be. And what I want to talk about today is something called semantic interaction design, which is a foundational method for building digital experiences, where the goal is basically delivering the lowest possible cognitive load. And beforehand, we were talking, just a few of us, about quantifying usability and measuring cognitive load, and exactly how to do it we can talk about later if you really care. But it's the thing that we try to do because it is a measure of long-term usability. And the concepts of ontology, taxonomy, et cetera, that are very foundational in information architecture overlap with this. Now, how passionate am I about this topic? Well, I wrote a book on the topic that was published in 2020. And I've been teaching this methodology for 12 years here, not 10. I should have updated my bio. And using it for several decades before at Oracle and SAP, which were already kind of shouted out. And we're talking about hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars in revenue and software between those two companies over a very long period of time. And so delivering software that works kind of matters. So what is semantic interaction design? It is a proven cognitive science-based approach for doing interaction design to ensure maximum usability. And it's still not as widely practiced as it should be, but it's growing. My book is being used more as a textbook around the world, similar to my first book published in 1990, which kind of became a standard textbook in the practice. And the goal here is basically to increase both the efficiency of interaction design, speed at which designers can operate, and the resulting experiences they create by an order of magnitude. Now, I want to acknowledge that there's been a body of work on this topic. It dates all the way back to Phyllis Reisner in 1979 at IBM Watson Labs. So I didn't just kind of have this epiphany of, hey, we should do things differently. And to Spence and Apperly's original work and Alan Newell's work on task action grammar complexity, which were initially related to the design of computer languages in the early days at Carnegie Mellon University. It borrows also from Don Norman and his concept of stages in action, from Jim Foley, and his concept of designing at different levels concurrently. If you're not familiar with Jim Foley, he invented computer graphics with Andy Van Dam in the 1990s. We would not have the ability to do anything without their foundational work and books, and on and on and on. So there are many important people, including Dave Collins in 1995, who published a book called Object-Oriented UI, which was mostly about programming, but some of the foundational concepts are there. In 2012, Jeff Johnson and Austin Henderson published a book called Conceptual Models. For your reference, if you haven't read any of Jeff's books, he's published many, Design with the Mind in Mind being my favorite and one of the textbooks I assign. Jeff and Austin were on the team at Xerox PARC that invented the graphical user interface. Before some of you and some of my students and some of the students here, you know, maybe you were born, maybe you were in elementary school, you weren't even born, just shaking his head. Okay, so this all led to what I'm going to talk about today. As I said, the value prop is faster, better, very simple. Okay, this is an easy value proposition to understand. It's an easy value proposition to explain when you're the VP of UX at a company to your CEO. Okay, you give me the resources, we're going to do faster, better. And I am not kidding about this 10x. And I'm going to cite some examples here, and then I'm going to explain how information architecture and interaction design intersect to deliver this. When I joined SAP as the senior vice president to take over global UX, the company was a mess. All right, I'm not going to say what I think it is right now. I've been out of there for 15 years, but they had a product that did customer relationship management. CRM, you've heard of Salesforce.com, they're worth a few billion, that kind of product. And it had thousands of screens, thousands. To put it in context, the full SAP Enterprise Suite when I joined had 285,362 screens, which is absurd. It is totally, remarkably absurd. You can only do this when you have a ton of money, 12,000 programmers, and don't know what you're doing, okay? So my team early on took the same code base and went from thousands of screens to hundreds of screens to do the same thing, slightly modernizing it to probably about the level of maybe 1999, 2002 Yahoo portal. You know, from an experience, we then redid it completely with changing the back end and going to the cloud and got it down to about 10 to 15 screens. So how do you go from thousands of screens to 15? I will say there was a slight reduction in functionality because actually there's a very long tail of stuff that nobody ever used that you could cut off. And we even did a 5-screen iPad app that covered 95% of the functionality. Okay, so how do you do that? That's more than a 10x improvement. I'll give you another case study. This was from a consulting after I left. Cancer treatment, kind of EMR, looks again like 1970s SAP apps, gray forms, everything's a list or a table or form, 800 screens, into a modern system for Varian Medical for treating cancer. That's the doctor or nurse's home screen, depending on how you configure it, with cards that actually represent objects, which I'll talk about, using modern patterns like a social archetype of a feed and things, except it goes into the future because you have a treatment plan. Facebook can't go into the future, neither can LinkedIn. And then there's a patient chart that kind of became graphical. Okay, this went from 800 screens to 45 screens. But what happened in this case was the functionality of this product going from on-premise to cloud crippled. The original product was only used for radiation treatment of cancer. The new product, not so new, I'm showing you stuff that's 6 or 7 years old, did chemotherapy, genomics, surgery, had a decision support system and clinical trial matching. Okay, so scope exploded, still massive reduction in screens, okay? So 18x is really a low ball estimate. Okay, when would you try to apply this method that I'm going to talk about? Well, everybody has their user-centered design life cycle diagram. This is a very simple one, okay? You know, doing some planning, you're doing your research, but there's a point where you've got a blank sheet of paper. Okay, I don't have any interest in fixing other people's bad UXs. Almost every consulting thing I do is a do-over from scratch. And oh, by the way, when you do a new cancer treatment system like this, there's no trial and error, right? There's no fail forward. There's no A/B testing, right? We don't test how many patients die to determine what's a better screen. That's not how it works in the real world. That's just a kind of consumer Silicon Valley myth. So there's this design point where you got a blank sheet of paper and you're trying to get to the first set of screens. Because as I already told you, design Darwinism is a myth. It doesn't work. It doesn't lead anybody to building a quality product. Quality design is not about eliminating defects and iterating over and over the same piece of trash to get it to some local maxima. It's basically figuring out how to get to the top of the mountain. Now, so I'm going to do kind of the theory and then the practice. This is basically the way I do everything. So the theory is basically this. There's 4 modular levels of an interaction design. Any interactive application that needs to work and deliver functionality and complete tasks at the human factors level, all right? And you have a core grammar, which is where we're going to show the relationship between information architecture and interaction design, a visualization layer where you start to create screens and you have all kinds of patterns and things like that, flow, where you're now moving through the screens over time. And then I'm not going to get into game theory, but if you want to manipulate human behavior, that's the top of the pyramid. And it's not always manipulating human behavior for negative reasons. Game theory absolutely works in patient apps, right? To get people to stay on their meds, et cetera. And there's 2 cognitive science principles that matter here. The first part from cognitive science is that language, words, grammar, is the basis of conscious human thought, right? Whenever you need to solve a problem, you kind of run in your head, usually if you're multilingual in your mother tongue, you kind of work through the problem in a linguistic sense. We also know that a language's grammar correlates with cognitive complexity. We know that Mandarin Chinese is the hardest language to master. We know that the Semitic languages, particularly Hebrew and Arabic, are the most regular and predictable and actually the easiest and have the lowest cognitive load. English is kind of in the middle and not very pretty. German's to the left of it. Maybe, Spanish could be a little bit to the right of it. But we know that if we have a symmetric and clean grammar, we are going to have a natural language with lowest cognitive load. We know the same thing to be absolutely true of the design of computer languages, for sure. But that's a whole nother branch of human factors. We can measure cognitive load in the lab. And what I'm telling you that's new is actually I can predict, and with this method, cognitive load in advance. Okay, so what do I mean by language? Well, when we talk about graphical user interfaces, going all the way back to the early work at Xerox PARC, they understood this, and this is how they defined it, right? We have objects, we have actions, and objects have attributes. That's basically the core of graphical UX. It's actually also the core of other forms of UX. It doesn't matter at this point if it's conversational and there's no screen, or it's VR or AR. Everything I'm going to talk about applies. Okay, but for me, as a professor, and for most of the audience who are digital natives, this is like telling fish about water. Okay, but you understand that when you see a menu, right, whether it pops up or whatever, it's an action. You understand that a gesture like swiping is an action on a touch device. And you are operating on some set of objects that basically represent the data structure underneath the application. And of course, objects all have massive amounts of attributes. Okay? And so we can basically think of this as a matrix. And if you have and in my life, I've designed 3 word processors. I won't bother to name drop the products. You may have used some of them. But you can think of objects being the character, the word, the paragraph, the page, the document. And of course, you have actions like cut, copy, paste that you're all familiar with. But in the days of early word processors, before graphical user interfaces, because I was designing back in the DOS days, actually doing this before DOS, that's how old I am. And I will tell you about one of the first word processors that was popular, WordPerfect, right? Had keyboard only, no mouse, and they had separate function keys for cutting, removing a character from this, your screen, your text-only screen, or for removing a word, and they were all different function keys and key combinations all mapped together. And the cognitive load was ridiculously high, right? Because all of these things were logically the same action, right? But you could easily define, and this is just kind of a made-up example, but of how crazy this really was in some of these early word processors because they lacked any real model of semantics. Okay? This was reduced by the guys at Xerox PARC in the first GUI word processor to the same objects, but a very fixed set of actions, which all of you reflexively know, cut, copy, paste, right? Again, I'm telling fish about water, right? Credit here goes to a gentleman named Larry Tesler. May he rest in peace. He was a brilliant designer and a wonderful human being. If you had asked him to come speak today, he would have shown up. But here's where we begin to see the relationship between interaction design at the foundational level in information architecture. These words matter. These words mean things. There is an ontology of objects and of actions, etc. Now, what happens when you compress this, right? Instead of having all these exceptions, differences, interruptions, blah, blah, blah. This is approximately what happens in terms of cognitive load. Now, I don't know if anybody in the audience, because I don't know all of you, has a PhD in cognitive science. And I apologize, we could draw a very complicated formula here with a bunch of coefficients. Frankly, I'm an engineering professor, it doesn't matter, okay? If you look at having a very well-defined grammar, it won't be perfectly symmetrical, but if you did cognitive load modulo a coefficient or 2, grows with the number of actions plus the number of objects. It's basically what the brain has to remember, okay? And if you're really sloppy, it starts to grow as the number of actions times the number of objects. So we have linear growth and complexity versus exponential growth and complexity, okay? This can be measured. Topic for a separate lecture, but I think you get the idea. It's plausible, okay? And that's all you need to know. How do you get from 800 screens to 45 screens for cancer treatment? You figure out over the functional scope, right, of the tasks, the jobs to be done, or the user stories, however you define in agile methodology or analysis methodology, what the grammar needs to be. And you tend to find that, like all computer products that are transactional, you're going to have to create and update things. And you don't ever delete in a medical product. You just strike it out. You void, but you never drop the data. And then because this had some workflow in it, there needed to be actions like accept and reject. And I'm going to run you through some screens in a case study here, but you kind of get the idea. It's not there's not an intersection of every object and every action. However, if you can tighten it up really well, you get on that linear plane and you get fewer screens and you get fewer flows, shorter flows, excuse me. So how do you do this? Well, we start at the grammar level, okay? Now, you can take from an engineering task analysis, user stories, a marketing brief, personas, whatever your artifacts are that kind of define the problem space, you can extract the nouns and verbs. Nouns are objects, verbs are actions, and anything that's an adjective linguistically is an attribute of an object, right? It's literally like that. So you try and figure this out, reduce from this huge candidate the way like all your requirements come in to get rid of the redundancy, and figure out your objects and actions. Then figure out for that minimum set of objects how to carry all the functionality and all the metadata as attributes. And then you will go through this prioritization exercise, because not all object action pairs are of equal importance. Some are done every day, some are done once a week, some are done once a month, right? But I'm not going to get into the prioritization part. So it's as simple as this. If you used Agile programming, you would have user stories. Now, in Agile programming, user stories are actually a measure of work for developers. They're not really about users. This is a myth, and the fact that Agile is supposed to work is also kind of a myth. But if you took the format of a user story, and we're going to do a pet rescue, okay? As a parent, human being object, person object, I want to find action, a friendly attribute for a dog, animal object, okay? That will help teach my children to be responsible. In this case, children are also a person object. Even if they misbehave, they're not an animal object, okay? So they're different. As an elderly widow, person object, living alone, I want to adopt action, a dog object for my protection attribute, right? And I'm not going to read all of these, but it's as kind of simple as if you can write out the functional scope for cancer treatment, it's about 800 stories, 900 stories, maybe even 1,000 to do complete cancer treatment for the patient, for the doctors, for the nurses, for the technicians. It's a lot. You can pull out and literally color code this stuff and start to see the patterns and build the matrix, okay? And the first time you do it, if you did an inventory, and I have my students do this in the class, and I have a few of my students in the classroom, so they're probably having like PTSD episode right now, but we take apart the Humane Society of Silicon Valley's website. It has about 250 pages. You go foraging for nouns and verbs. Okay, and we don't even have requirements. We're just tearing apart somebody else's old design and then trying to crush it down to what would be the tightest thing that they could do to redesign. And they do actually do that, and they're in the middle of this project, infamously known as Matchdog. But you kind of see the difference. If this is what you found in foraging, and we could just say, hey, this is objects times actions, we're going to have at least an indication of cognitive load of a scalar value of 66. And if we go over here and we can crush it down to just dogs, owners, organization, money, donate, adopt, schedule, share, and learn, real tight matrix, we're going to have kind of a cognitive scalar value of 9. Okay, so that's a 7.3x improvement. And the actual one is worse, but you kind of get the idea. This is an exercise I can teach students to do in about 45 minutes, and they do it in class. Okay? Then, of course, you figure out all the attributes. An animal has a breed, an age. Is it kid-friendly, exercise-friendly? It has a size, it has a color, blah, blah, blah. Now, here's the big takeaway. When you can pivot most of the experience to be represented as attributes, we cross the line between two kinds of memory. When we talk about objects and actions, we need to recall the relationship of the objects and actions. So we're using very expensive human memory. Attributes, particularly in a graphical user interface, use recognition. This is content that's already on the screen. Recognition is a very low-cost form of human memory, all right? And when I'm talking about these cognitive load things, I'm setting attributes aside in this regard, because particularly when you open a property sheet on a screen, it's showing you the colors, it's showing you all the choices. You don't have to remember that, right? You just have to see it and recall. I mean, sorry, you have to recognize it, but you don't have to recall every every attribute setting for text, right? Shadow, font, blah, blah, blah. You don't have to do that. So the other part of this in terms of semantic interaction design is trying to push as much into the recall column and keep as little in the, I need to actually remember this stuff, okay? How can you use this? How could you use this knowledge immediately? So for those of you who are maybe doing user research, I propose actually doing this analysis on existing product or websites or information spaces is a very good heuristic evaluation method because you can figure out what's really wrong. And with no disrespect to Jacob Nielsen and his famous heuristics, and I've published 2 books with Jacob, we're on, a long time ago, we're on speaking terms. This is actually a little bit more useful to diagnose what's wrong. When you talk about UI design and you're starting with a clean sheet of paper, this is simply the fastest and best way to work. And if you're talking about the evolution of a new experience, of an existing experience, what you really need to understand is any new functionality that you're bringing in due to feature creep, if you can position it in the experience as just attributes of the same objects, you're doing everybody a favor because you're minimizing complexity as you get feature creep in terms of cognitive load. Then, what am I doing on time? Okay, move up to the next level of the triangle, visualization. How do we put this in action? Okay, so usually people are kind of nodding on this object action thing. It sort of makes sense intuitively. Don't need a PhD in cognitive science. But now we have to put this into practice. The visualization layer in any interaction design, but here I'm talking GUI, not VR, AR, or conversational, has its own sub-hierarchy of components, widgets, right, and archetypes. And I'll show you what I mean by these, but we need to manipulate them very carefully. So just to be sure everybody's clear, when I say component in graphical user interfaces, we're talking about buttons and labels. That's about it. We build them up into widgets, like a date picker is a widget. You can have a bigger date picker that does a range of dates so you can book a hotel. But this moves into the archetype of a calendar. There's really nothing new here. It's just kind of scaling up as people understand it. Okay, so that's what I mean when I talk about components, widgets, and archetypes. So on the left side of this table, you have the most commonly used graphical interface components: labels, radio buttons, checkboxes, drop lists, hyperlinks, icons, etc. And what you want to be able to do when you're designing your experience from a foundational level is say, okay, almost all of these components were designed to represent attributes, right? When you check a checkbox or you choose between 2 radio buttons, you're choosing between 2 attributes, right? It's not the same as a button that tends to represent an action like buy, sell, adopt, right? So you got to be really careful. And what I tell people in practice is, this is probably the logical set of possibilities. You should get rid of at least 30% of these. A good example is you should never use a button to do anything but be in action. I would even argue you don't want to use icons for potentially both attributes and actions, for example. So you would even want to simplify this more if you're creating a design system for a suite of products that need to be consistent, like the entire Oracle suite, the entire SAP suite, the entire Microsoft Office suite, including even things like Visio now, and the entire Adobe suite, but they probably need to hire me as a consultant because they're a mess when it comes to this stuff. Okay, because you get the basic idea. Okay, so now let's take a look at this. You can have different patterns though. I pulled out of LinkedIn. We have 2 different menus. Actually, the first page, the bigger page here, is these cards. These cards kind of represent objects. In LinkedIn, I think it's fair to say that people and jobs are the primary objects that people are thinking about. And this is a menu of objects. But then, of course, if I go to my profile, I have this menu of actions, right? Totally okay. This doesn't bother anybody. Why? Because they're visually distinct. If every choice in this menu in my account was one of these cards, we would have a real collision here, because the affordance that's provided, or the articulation of the grammar, would be identical, but they're not really the same thing. One of them is, meat, and one of them is vegetable, right? They're just really not the same thing, okay? So it's cool to have a menu of actions. It's cool to have a menu of objects. You need to pick your design patterns and be careful. And now a good example of a bad example is always Yelp. If you're teaching UX and you're looking for bad examples, this is where you should go. Here we have this design with 3 tabs across the top, but they're not really 3 tabs. The first 2 might be tabs, inbox and sent, but the next one, tab, is used as an action button. Its placement is wrong. Its shape is wrong, right? Okay, everybody get with me here? This should not be write a new message. Write a new message should have some white space. It should be a different shape control. It shouldn't have the same color as the unselected tab of sent. Now, here I'll get some audience participation from students in the audience. What would I say about this? If this were a medical product and you did this, what would happen? Shout it out, Justin. Patient would die. The FDA would shut you down. This is no joke. This is how people die in medical errors. And I'm familiar with that. I design mostly medical products in my consulting. I have to carry malpractice insurance. I'm not going to make a mistake like this. None of my students are ever going to make a mistake like this. Now, if we move up to widgets, we have things like tables, tree controls, cards, forms, shuttle controls, wizards, property sheets, leaderboards. We have all these kind of bigger patterns. And again, most of these are used kind of manipulate objects. Their content would generally be object specific. Again, here I would say erase half of the X's in your design standard. I have little X's and big X's. Big X is probably more common. But again, here, this is all an information architecture thing, right? It's all based on core principles in information architecture. Here's an example from the Google Material, which is a common design system that a lot of companies use. They have a card, but they have no semantics in the entire Google Material open source. And it's hard for a vendor like that because it's not really application specific. But here's a card that's an object, right? It's a restaurant. Here we have an action in the lower left corner in purple that's transactional. Money changes hands. Something happens. And over here, we have something that's just the attributes of the weather in Hong Kong. It's all about attributes. And in the same position, with the same color, is a non-transactional action. And non-transactional actions, navigation, view, save, zoom, pan, scroll, don't matter, right? They just change the view. They do not move the flow along. But again, this is another example. You do this in a medical product, patients will die, okay? You've got to be very clear about this. Archetypes. When you scale up to whole screens, and there are a bunch of patterns, there's a social pattern like LinkedIn and Facebook with the feed in the middle. There's many tab patterns, a tool and canvas where you're drawing on a surface and you have property sheets on the right, and you have some project hierarchy of content on the left, or the workspace, which is how most programming editors look like. All right, you have all of these. They can be applied to some combination of everything, but again, you have to be very careful. Now, what would this look like? Okay, if we took Facebook, it would look like this. People are objects, content's always an attribute. There's some local actions which are non-transactional, like see all. And this is in general a mess. This whole panel is part objects, part actions, bunch of attribute filters, and then some more actions. And it's all visually the same, and they've never gotten this right. They redesign this every year. It costs them $10 to $15 million, and the usability continues to suck, right? But you kind of get the idea of how you can look at any screen, and this is what humans do. This is what you do subconsciously, okay? And now I'm going to just show you some examples. of getting this coherent. I'm going to do a day in the life of some of the cancer treatment screens to really make it coherent. So again, the appointment object seems pretty simple, but when you have cancer, you have a lot of appointments with a lot of different doctors, okay? And this, I've simplified the home screen here, okay? In the doctor's view or the nurse's view, these swim lanes, this is not Trello, or where the card moves across. Every column here is a different kind of object. We have the appointment column, and it would be full, like you saw from my previous example, right? And then we have the lab results that the doctor has to look at. What happens if the doctor doesn't look at a lab result? Anybody know? What? Yeah, and nobody gets paid. You can't reimburse for the lab test if the doctor doesn't look at the result, okay? I mean, there's money involved. I mean, they have to click on the box and open it, whether they even read it, okay? But it's not billable if the doctor doesn't read the report, okay? There's all kinds of other things, tasks, whatever, okay? The appointment sits in a card. You could click on the card and expand it. Now, interestingly, in the appointment card, now that we have this tight grammar, gee, you have what room it's in, but how about that? We have the patient and we have the patient's latest cancer staging information in the appointment. So in the appointment object, we actually have attributes, and this always happens. There's this multidimensionality to the data relationships and the information, where we have patient attributes in the appointment card, as well as the appointment attributes. Now, actually, nobody had ever done this before in a medical system. And I can tell you that doctors love this when it's on their phone because they're running through 30 consults back to back, running from room to room in a clinic. They can look at their calendar for 30 seconds, maybe even 15 seconds before they walk through the door and look in the meeting note, basically, and know the cancer state and the last tests and whatever's going on with the patient. So we're always off mashing up attribute content to support the task. But then we have a local action button that's specific to this object, which basically for the doctor is usually create a task for somebody else to do, right? Get me another lab, do this, do that. If you go to another archetype screen, which is the calendar, and again, this would be totally full of appointments for the clinic, but it's going to hard to understand. We also have the appointment object. And here it has a local action menu, but actually, this is not a view doctors spend any time in, right? This is the front desk, right? And so they have their own local action menu for the same object. Now we go into the patient chart. So it's another screen, heavily used screen. And the appointment object is in here, okay? And some information about what the appointment is about. And it is still relevant to show the diagnosis because I might be here for an appointment related to diabetes, because chemotherapy induces, it's kind of the equivalent of gestational diabetes in some patients. So now you're treating the diabetes, but it's really a cancer patient. So we need to know, is this first to treat a side effect or is this to treat mainstream? However, we don't carry the attributes of the patient because this screen is all about that specific patient, right? So it got promoted in an IA sense, it's got to be in the header. And this is a legal requirement of every patient chart. If you don't do this, the FDA would never approve your EMR, okay? You got to be really clear. So you kind of get the idea, but it's hyper consistent. Now I'm going to tell you about the void action. You don't erase things in medical products. It never happens. You strike it out. So here, I hope, can you guys read the screen? Is it big enough to see what's going on? Okay. So here we have a patient, Erna McDougall, and we have the cancer, breast cancer card here, but we have malignant neoplasm of the prostate. Okay, now let's assume Erna did not go through gender reassignment surgery. Okay, in which case you still have a prostate. It's just moved in a different location after gender reassignment surgery. So this could actually be legitimate medical data. Okay, but let's assume it's not. we need to void that this diagnosis, okay? And you'll also see up here, include void. You'll see this in a lot of places because when people make mistakes, they strike it out. But for forensic purposes, you need to be able to see it and come back to that information. Okay, so assume, a resident was a little sloppy entering the data and, they were tired. So somebody has to come and say void the diagnosis. Strike out the card. You'd only see it if the include voided was checked. So now under normal circumstances, it's only the data that you really need. Click on the card, it expands. And this is a messy part of the UX. But what I want to point out is even we have tabs over here, and now this is the staging. And I'm not going to get into the coding of this, but you'll see that there's even an include voided here, because down at the detailed level of doing the analysis, I could make mistakes and have to come back and strike them out. So now we have a void, include voided at the global level for like the entire screen, but we also have include void, show the void at the local level, down at the line level, and it practically appears in more than one place. Okay, now if I click, I just went from the summary screen to the document screen. If documents are uploaded into this case and they're wrong, you can strike them out and you still need that include voided action. In the notes screen, the journal notes, okay? This is almost like freeform typing for doctors and nurses. If you actually make a mistake and you save it, you hit void, and you cannot get rid of it. It won't show, but that medical note is actually a legal thing in a lawsuit, right? So you kind of get the idea, right? Again, that one little action, include voided or showing voided, hiding it, how you void something, right? The action of voiding a medical entry has to be hyper consistent, right? If it's not hyper consistent and every screen this is done differently and uses a different word, you're just increasing cognitive load, right? You're slowing your doctor down. Now, okay, who understands this? At least 5 billion people out of the 7.7, now I think it's about 7.9 billion people on Earth interpret every graphical interface as actions and objects. And if you want to take some of the people who are in that other 2.7 billion, whether they are literate or not, whether they can read and write, the only way you can explain to them how to work on a graphical interface is through metaphor. Consider teaching an elderly grandparent. Now you don't have grandparents yet who are digital natives, but soon that'll be the case. But you get the idea. You are always, by analogy and metaphor, translating what's in the screen to some analog world of objects and actions. This is the way the human brain works, okay? This is not, new, okay? The only exception to this statement is pre-literate children. When your 18-month-old grandchild can functionally use an iPad, we really don't know what's in their head. Okay, but when we're talking about any adult who can speak a natural language, this is what we evolved to. Now, I'm going to talk briefly about the next layer, and then I'm going to wrap up. Okay, so the next layer is, great, we have these screens, but they don't exist statically. They connect. They go in over time like a movie, right? So the key issue and what to do about today is, hey, are you minimizing the number of steps? And so I'm going to go back to the dog example very briefly. All right. And if you're used to doing flows, we're going to look at, say, the donate flow for this nonprofit shelter. And when it comes to boxes and arrows, boxes are going to be turned into objects, and the lines are represented by actions. So the mantra here basically is actions move objects through the flow, right? We have a screen. The home screen is always a mashup of multiple objects. Okay, the donate screen, sorry, is about money, right? So money was an object. Thank you is about coming from the organization. Volunteering is about either the organization object or the people object. But anything that donate CTA button, getting to the credit card screen, filling in the attributes of the credit card, clicking the pay button, okay? So lines are actions, boxes equal screen, generally are objects. If you have the smallest, tightest grammar with the fewest number of objects and the fewest number of actions, by default, you're going to get the shortest flows. Pretty logical. Again, common sense. Don't need a PhD in cognitive science for this. Okay, it's all in the book. You can get the book on Amazon. You can get the book in the library here because it's a standard textbook. You don't even have to go pay for it. You know, doesn't matter. Available in Kindle form too, if you're a Kindle person. Okay, but I just explained again the gist of semantic interaction design. Learning to practice this way takes more than one course with me. But this is really the foundation of semantics is basically tightly coupled with information architecture, right? And frankly, the same is true, even if you're designing something that's truly an information space, like if you say Wikipedia is really an information space, it's not there to do work in that sense, unless you're trying to be an author. The same is really true. The fewer objects and actions you can define, the tighter the space, right? The fewer the screens. And it's in the class, it's pretty typical for this first project to be able to take that 250 screen Silicon Valley Humane Society type of site with more functionality because we have AI introduced to help you find the right dog, blah, 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 get it down to 20 screens, be done, okay? It's easily doable. Every student can do that by the halfway through the semester. They're done with that and have prototyped it. So now I'm just gonna use my remaining time to field questions. And I don't know how the questions are coming in. Should I go to the chat or are we using the Q&A feature? What's happening here? Okay, so should I watch the chat for questions or are you going to read them out? Okay, go ahead. I'll let you do that. From the audience first. Yes, question. Yeah? Or you're just signaling for somebody?
So we do have a question online. In terms of cognitive load during filling out sensitive information via forms, how would you approach form sections using progressive disclosure versus sequential disclosure?
Okay, so the question really is in terms of cognitive load, progressive disclosure versus sequential disclosure. And I'm going to probably disappoint the person asking the question because the standard UX answer is it depends. It depends on the use case. You can't say one is better than the other until you really know what the content is and what the user's experience level is. Okay? I can tell you that for an inexperienced user, again, what we mean by progressive disclosure could be a wizard where we sequence over multiple screens, could be better in terms of their ability to succeed, and would be worse for an experienced user who would probably prefer everything to be sequential and probably not prefer to have any expand and collapse in the page because by muscle memory, they know where to go, actually reading the page. So it's what's the task, what's the domain, what's the experience level of the user, and then we could have a discussion about whether A might be better than B. But there's no monolithic answer. Yes. Wait for the microphone so we can get to the Zoom people.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I have a question about, so you have a matrix to show the object and actions and then shorten to a shorter, like a smaller table of object and actions. So what are some decisions that we have to make to have fewer objects and actions to another table? So
Great question. So what are the tricks to crush the matrix? Like, so you do this Uber analysis, you find all these candidates. Okay, so the first thing for, I'll talk about actions first. There's two things. The first obvious thing is remove redundancy. I don't need the word cut and remove and delete. Okay, so there's clearly linguistic redundancy that's very, very easy to get rid of. The next one is that there's a very large, and in enterprise software in particular, but even in consumer, there's a large set of actions that can be pivoted to behave like attributes. So for example, and let's talk about publishing, okay? And maybe we can go back to the pet rescue. Imagine I have a profile of a dog, right? It's all filled out. And I could have a publish button in the bottom, which now that dog's ready for adoption, makes it available on the Humane Society website, okay? I could make publish an explicit action. I could have a little slider attribute in the screen saying available, not available. I just move the slider to available and the dog is automatically published when I leave the screen, okay? So a lot of actions can actually be pivoted to appear as attributes in the UX. And this is exactly the root cause of the 285,000 screens in the original SAP. There were unique screens for every object in the entire metaphysical world of enterprise, you know, including finance, manufacturing, human resources, sales, blah, blah, blah. Separate screens for creating an object, editing an object, and deleting objects. Okay, again, you can only do this when you have 12,000 developers on your payroll. You can't do this in a startup with 4 developers, right? You're not going to do something like that. But that's how they compartmentalized it. So those are the 2 tricks for reducing actions. Objects have a tendency to reduce themselves, and the main problem is calling things with different names. And in a lot of things, a lot of domains, the objects are pretty standardized in the educational system, okay? So for example, every medical student in the world pretty much goes through the same training. They talk about the patient chart, right? They always say the patient chart. I don't know why it's that word, but you'd never change that word, right? And so sometimes you leverage the language of the actual task space. And again, you just have to be really careful to get rid of the redundancy, but you don't even end up with any flexibility, okay? But an example of going too far would be in the medical case to say we have people object and patients are people and doctors are people, because the attributes are not, they're not the same. And even in the same EMR, a doctor could be a patient as well for another specialist. So you can over compress, but it's usually not hard to figure out the balancing point. Okay, next question. We've got 6 minutes and we will end on time.
Thank you. This was really great. You mentioned in passing that this method can be applied to like VR, AR, or chat kind of interfaces. Could you talk about how you would apply it in a chat kind of interface?
Yeah, the mapping is exactly one-to-one with linguistics. If you're talking to a smart speaker, okay, the smart speaker basically has to say, this conversation, you tell the smart speaker, I forgot the word, I'm having a senior moment here. But this is the scope, right, of the conversation. Weather, okay? Now, what do I need to know about the weather, right? So you have to identify in conversational UX the object of interest, and then you have actions that you can take, like, but when you say to Alexa, what's today's weather? We know weather would be known as the object, right? And then you're going to get attribute information back. Where conversational interfaces are very weak, of course, is we can't list out the actions on the screen and we can't list out the attributes on the screen. So now conversational UX is putting 100% of the load on recall memory. The recognition doesn't matter because if Alexa gives you 5 choices, same as a phone tree in an old PBX system, you got to remember the choices. Press 1 for this. Now we're up to press 7 for that. I forgot already what 1 through 5 were, okay? But that's how it works in conversational. When you get to AR and VR, what you generally have is a lot of the implementation of actions, okay? You're standing with your, I mean, I did use Google Glasses when they came out. We have a whole bunch of them we got for free to write apps on. You're looking at the Golden Gate Bridge. You still have to identify the object, or maybe now it can be, AI recognized. But then you have to have an action. Tell me the history of the bridge. Boom, content starts to scroll in your headset, okay? And then when you have to say select, you have to do it verbally, unless it's AR and VR and we can watch the gestures. But semantically, it's the same, but in AR and VR, you do have the opportunity to use recognition and recall. But it's the same logic. Do we have time for one more? We have 4 minutes.
So we got another question online. How do you balance condensing the grammar within healthcare for the interface to improve efficiency and reduce medical errors without overcompressing for doctors or nurses, especially when doctors and nurses are already accustomed to using a prior software?
For first, let's I will acknowledge you can overcompress. Of course, in medical, as in many other areas in UX design, we usability test the hell out of everything. And people will tell you that you've gone too far. And that's kind of your main defense. But let me, wow, here. I'm going to give you a real example of overcompressing the matrix. Let's go back to the dog adoption situation. Is there like a cafe behind me or something? Bathroom, okay. Anyhow, let's say you need to return a dog to the shelter, okay? Your lifestyle has changed, you can't keep the dog, okay? And you would have what we call an action called like surrender the dog and give the dog back. You could overcompress and say that surrendering a dog is equal to donating a dog. And you really wouldn't want to do that, okay? Because donate should be a happy thing, okay? But from an overcompression standpoint, it is true, you are donating the dog back to the shelter. So yeah, overcompression can happen. And my general rule, and this is a very weak one, is it just doesn't feel right when you do that. You're crossing some psychological boundary, or you're crossing some legitimate technical boundary when if you overcompress, and it becomes pretty obvious that you should not go that far. But it is a risk, and you have to be mindful about that. And I think it's probably time now for me to stop, so we stay. But thank you for inviting me. And the slides are available and the book's in the library, or you can get it. And if you are a graduate student at San Jose State, you don't have to be in the human factors program to take my class on this topic. It's actually a 2-semester class.
All right, thank you, Dan. I appreciate it. It was really, really interesting talk. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break, and we will be back with our next speaker at 12 noon. Let me get to that. Between them and them, or do you want to have
Yes.
the main slide?
For right now, I'm having her.
All right, so we're gonna move on to our next speaker, Anita Chang. Anita Chang is a content designer in civic tech, got her first UX and government job in 2015, and she's a former cancer researcher who went into tech to help people faster. She gets to do that by working for government at both local and federal levels. Some of her major projects have included COVID emergency responses, affordable housing, and permitting. And today, her talk is titled Lessons from a UX Career 10 Years in the Making, in which she'll discuss what she's learned along the way. And I think this will be really beneficial for our students who are interested in UX-related careers or anyone coming from other professions looking to break into the field. So please join me in welcoming Anita.
Thank you. So thank you, Michael, for inviting me here. This is the first talk I've given in about a year, and I'm so happy to be in this space because the first time I've been in this library, and I'm just like I'm always just so happy to be in a nice big library because we love IA and we love libraries. So to break the ice, especially for people online, even though I can't see your reactions, I'd like to at least kind of get you thinking. Who has worked on like well, just to back up a little bit. So when Michael first pinged me to speak here, I asked him what people would be interested in hearing about, and he said that I should demystify what it's really like to work in design. And I thought, well, that's great because I got my first full-time job in design in 2015, almost exactly 10 years ago. And one of my favorite things is to lend a hand to people coming up behind me. So a bit of context, a bit about me. I changed my career from cancer research to tech because I want to help people faster. Working on websites was going to have a lot more media impact than working on, say, like DNA breaks, which is basic research where we add to the giant pile of information and knowledge that might help the 1% of people out there with a certain mutation, maybe 20 years down the road. That was too long of a game for me. So after taking on some freelance gigs, I happened to get pinged by a recruiter for a contract job in local government, which happened by sheer luck, really. And I started out as a UX team of one where I was writing and designing and coding and launching websites on my own. And I specialize in content design with a heavy emphasis in information architecture. Let me tell you, I am so happy not to have to fix my own bugs. So happy about that. So then I, see. So in the past 10 years, I have had only government experience from city and county to federal government. And I'd like to share with you what I've learned in the past 10 years. But first, a disclaimer, because the news is currently newsing right now, I would just like to say that I'm here in my personal capacity to talk about my personal experience, my personal expertise, and I am not speaking on behalf of my current agency, and I still can't talk about my federal government work, so I still can't answer questions about that. I am sorry. But since we have that out of the way, let's get started. So lesson number one, solve problems. This may be a relief or disappointment to you, depending on the kind of student you were, but it's not about how much you know, it's about how much you can listen and help. Because at work, like, nobody's going to be quizzing you about a certain design tool or whether you know a specific framework, because people will often mention, you know, like, hey, have you heard about such and just framework? And I'm just like, you're going there nodding while furiously Googling because I actually don't know what it is. Now, frameworks are cool, don't get me wrong. There's something very satisfying about fitting a certain problem into an existing system, but unfortunately, life usually doesn't fit into a single framework, and it's better not to try. So design is about problem solving, and it's people who have the problems. The most valuable thing that you can do for someone, whether a colleague or client, is to listen to what they're having trouble with, acknowledge their experiences, and then try to help. Because people rarely forget when you make an effort to help them. And it doesn't have to be fancy, because on my very first job in government, I discovered that it was someone's responsibility to copy paste numbers from Google Analytics into an email that they would send to the executive team every single morning. And I was like, what? Like, I know it's only a few minutes, you know, out of your day, but it's every day. And I was raised by engineers. So I was like, there's gotta be a better way to do this, right? I didn't know how I was gonna do it, but I just knew like, there's gotta be a better way. That this was a problem that someone else had tried to solve before and probably posted online, say on Stack Overflow. And I was right. It took me a few hours to find some scripts in Google Sheets that would pull data from Google Analytics, because kind of figured like Google Sheets, Google Analytics, surely they talk to each other, right? And so the script also made these cool dashboards. This is not real data. This is something that I pulled from documentation, but it looked a lot like this. And then I also found another script that would capture everything to a one-page PDF that would automatically be emailed to the executive team every single day. So this person just didn't have to do this anymore, and they were very happy about that. And this has nothing to do with design, really, but people saw how effective I was and how eager I was to help. And so later on, when I asked for help about website tech that I didn't quite understand, people were also eager to help me, because I knew that I would take that information and actually do something with it. You have to give help to get help. So lesson number 2 is to manage expectations. Now, the funny thing about problem solving is that people often don't agree on the problem that is being solved. As design students, we get used to working with people who know the problem space, who know the vocabulary, who we can make assumptions about, and then like and a lot of times those assumptions would be right. Unfortunately, in the working world, it isn't quite as simple. Your colleagues and clients will be coming into the work with a lot more history and context that you don't have. And a lot of times, like, they also don't understand how the design process works. So your assumptions and their assumptions may be drastically different. And it's okay if you don't achieve as much as you would have liked, which is very important for me, because I have a lot of expectations for myself. But the problem is when as long as people didn't expect you to, because like when people expected a lot more, then that's where the trouble starts. So how do you manage expectations? You have to talk to people pretty frequently. There isn't a prescribed frequency, like there isn't a rule that says you have to talk to your clients like every single day about what you're doing, but you have to talk frequently enough to be sure that everyone is on the same page as you are. And you also have to do this more when there's an update. Say there's an update in like in your resources, in your staffing, in the tech, because then people start to think like, hey, like maybe instead of this, we'll be doing this, but you don't know because it's in their head. So you have to get everyone together and really hash this out. Now, this is still admittedly hard for me because I still think sometimes that if I have to tell someone to lower their expectations about what I'm going to deliver, that means I'm not capable. But actually, the opposite is true. Knowing what you need, articulating it, and being able to predict the future are all signs of deep experience. Although, one thing they did learn early on is that it's totally okay to say, we'll look into it and get back to you later in a client meeting, because otherwise you might feel pressure to say yes or no right away, which could cause trouble later. It's okay to be like, we're going to think about it. We've acknowledged your question, but we'll think about it. Lesson number 3, reading my slides, is to learn what came before. Because when I was a complete newbie in UX, I volunteered a lot in UX meetups because I'm a problem solver who loves to help. We had UX legend Jared Spool come to speak once, and I somehow found myself being the person to drive him from his hotel to the venue. And I was not very good about finding parking close by, so we ended up kind of walking a bunch there. And since it was just him and me, I thought like, well, I should ask him something, except I was very intimidated because it's my like second year of being in UX. But I had recently been pinged to redesign this enterprise software that was maybe like 10 years old, and I had no idea how to start because, again, like this is my second year in UX and I wasn't really sure how to do it. So I asked him, what's the most important thing to keep in mind during this process? And he said, never forget that someone initially designed it. It was most likely a developer, but someone made design decisions about it. Now, what that means is you can't go complaining about how awful the design is, especially at work, because the person who designed it is probably still there working with you, and it would get awkward really fast. This is very common in government where the person's still there and you have to be like, very like, yes, let's work together to make this better, not like this sucks, because then, yeah, very, very awkward. If there's an obvious solution, someone has probably tried it before. And so you have to be curious. You have to find out why it didn't work and then determine if it would work now. Say if there was an update in leadership, if there's an update in like resources or help that you have. And if it won't work for now, it's totally okay to say like, now we're not going to try this now. Because again, expectations. Because if people expect you to be able to do something that you know is not going to work, then you're just sort of like, oh, I'm just going to walk into work every day, just feeling really bad. That's no good. Lesson number 4, it's all about storytelling. So it's not about how much design work you do. It's how well you explain how you solve someone's problem. Because the truth is, nobody really cares how you arrive at a solution. Nobody cares how many drafts you create or even what they look like. In school, your instructors care because learning and exploring is the whole point of school. But in the working world, people just want their problem solved. And very often, they're not well versed enough in design to even tell how your design is going to solve their problem. But I mean, people try because I work in content and people are like, I know words, you work in spreadsheets. I know spreadsheets. I would like to see your spreadsheets. And I go, okay. And I show them this and they're like, never mind. We're not going to look at this ever again. I'm pretty sure nobody has ever seen my spreadsheets after I tell them. So people don't know what they're looking for, you're going to have to explain it to them. And that's where storytelling comes in. Giving just enough context or background for people to understand the stakes. That's conflict. What you did to figure out the solution, that's a narrative journey. And then when you present the solution, you have to explain what makes it special. That's conclusion. Now, this takes practice. Even for me, I have to run through my talks at home just to see where my energy lags, because that's kind of like, oh, that's probably a boring part, right? And then I'll also give run-through talks to my colleagues or Toastmasters Club, especially with the stutter. I have to practice this. And I have to see when their eyes start to glaze over. And I know, like, okay, when I start to lose people, I have to cut that material out. Because if it doesn't engage people, it has to go. Lesson number 5, set yourself up for success. So there's this famous tweet out there that I will attempt to read out to you from my tiny screen, because this is actually quite funny. So I've actually worked with this person before when he was a technical director. And so like, he's really cool. So a government digital service progression, year 1. Why y'all talk about procurement so much? How boring. Year 2, man, procurement's a pain. Year 3, we should really consider doing something about procurement. Year 4, holy crap, there is nothing more important than solving procurement. Now, you may still not understand what this is until I explain how procurement works in government. It is buying goods, software, and services, and often involves contracts of varying details. This may still sound boring to you, but it's not common in government to have a project team ready to go. Like we got, because we have product managers, we have engineers, we have designers, like, come on, let's go on this project. And then it turns out we can't touch production code, or we don't have access to debate it, or to the database, or it's really hard to get access to the database because it's written in a contract somewhere that only a certain vendor can do it. I have seen this at least once in every job that I've had in government. And so you can see how someone might suddenly have a very strong interest in how contracts work because they dictate whether you can do work on something or not. So before you take on, especially a big project, make sure you can get the resource and help that you need. And this includes staff, because another thing that's not uncommon is in government and otherwise is that there'll be a big announcement, like we've hired our first chief data officer or our first chief digital officer or what have you. And the thing that I always look for is like, yes, you've hired this one superstar person, but do they have staff around them to help? Do they have a team supporting them? And if the answer is no, I'm always asking, what do you think or like they'll be able to do? You know, like just being one person. The answer is not that much because a lot of times I'll check in a year later. But at the same time, it's not unexpected because like they're one person and you don't have a team supporting them. So you're going to have to ask for things sometimes, which again seems really hard, but think of it this way. If your organization was committed to succeeding, if the work was so high stakes that it could not fail, then they will give you the means to succeed. If you ask for help, you should get some help. And if that doesn't happen, if they're like, well, you should be able to do this on your own, then testing you personally is actually more important than the success of the project. Because in that case, success is not the goal. Your suffering is the goal. you have to keep that in mind as you start work, right? Like, because there'll be times when you can't really do anything about it, but at least know that in yourself is really helpful. Now, then lesson number 6 is the last lesson I have for you, is to work as a team. This may also be a relief or a disappointment to you, depending on how group projects went at school. I certainly was the kind of student who did all of the work for my team to get an A. The truth is, when you're out of school, your individual effort isn't graded. Or like, I mean, it's not graded like in reality, really, but because you were judged by how successful your project was, and therefore how successful your team was. And it's all about working together toward a common goal. So instead of like, I need to finish this project, it becomes, we can solve this problem together. Now, this was a radical shift to how I approached work at first, because again, I was raised by engineers, and my parents around the dinner table would always be complaining about how awful office politics were. Like, meetings only got in the way of debugging or creating algorithms. I even majored in biology because I kind of figured that was a good way of avoiding office politics. And now I work in government, so that's just how life works, I guess. And because I actually discovered that other people are not obstacles to getting your work done. Other people are how the work gets done. And this really became clear to me when I was involved in San Francisco's COVID emergency response. I was the only person who was capable of reading hundreds of pages of health orders, directives, FAQs from the city attorney, and turning that information into readable and actionable content on sf.gov. And I was the only one doing it for 1.5 years. But I didn't do it alone. I couldn't have done it alone. Now, this is a joint information center team at the SF COVID Command Center. You can kind of see me in the middle. I'm the only one sitting down because I actually was, I'm 7 months pregnant at the time, which is kind of wild. But like, this is only, I want to say like maybe in half the people that we have. We just like grab people for a group photo at our last day at Moscone Convention Center. So I need to work with public health experts, and attorneys to check my language to make sure it was accurate. I need feedback from the comms team to make sure that to get public feedback because they're on social media all the time. And I need to work with everybody to make sure the pages were up when they needed to be published. And lastly, and probably most importantly, I need to air cover for my leadership because they would back me up when someone higher up would be like, who is this person who is rewriting all of our perfectly good legalese that only lawyers can understand? And people would say like, no, the public needs this. Let Anita do her work. So like, and so like this is a terrific example of the moment that I realized I am just one person. I might be able to do a lot, and I did for a long time, but because whenever I've left any job, like 3 people need to be trained to replace me, but even then, I am still just one person. If you can learn from everyone and leverage their strengths, what you can achieve together will be beyond your imagination. And together we achieve this. Now, Dr. Bob Walker's COVID Chronicles on Twitter were a constant source of hope when things were not looking too great. And he'd been comparing death rates. And back in March 2022, he actually said that if the US had mirrored San Francisco's COVID mortality rates, 663,000 Americans would be alive today. Now, that is still a staggering number to me. That boggles my mind that we managed to do this, and I was a part of it. So I can't really guarantee what your work experience will be like once you're out of school, because I certainly did not imagine myself being involved in global pandemic response when I started my career, but here we are. And so here are a few lessons from 10 years of working in design. Problem solve, manage expectations, learn what came before, tell the story, set yourself up for success, and work as a team. You will learn much more as you go along, and you'll do great, I promise. Thank you. Q&A part, anybody? Is there anything in the chat? I guess I could look, but you also read.
Yeah, so I'll just ask, I don't know, anyone here in person have any questions for Anita, or I don't know if there's anything online. Check in, nothing online.
Oh, I do see a heart. Oh, that's nice. I wasn't sure if I would, but I see them on the screen.
What's that?
Oh, like the little hearts and the little
Oh,
caps.
cool, cool.
That's cool. I wasn't sure if I would be able to.
Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. I would just have a comment, and that is, I think everything you said is true. It not only applies to a career in UX, it applies to a career in any area where you need to do anything creative.
Yeah, that was my goal, is to think really, really high level.
Yeah.
Because like UX, like what is that design? Is that content? Because now I do content strategy, but still UX umbrella.
But it would be
So-
true even for like the dreaded marketing department.
Yeah.
What you said would be
I
true
don't
for them
usually think
too.
about marketing, but that would, yes,
I'm just
absolutely. Anything where you work with people and their expectations, right?
Yeah, people
History.
managing the people is always the difficult part. I definitely agree with, it's about storytelling if you want to succeed, but that's
Yep.
still true for many professions, right?
Thank you. I guess I actually had a comment about the storytelling part. Like the first job that I learned about storytelling was actually not in UX. It was my cancer research job. Because my boss, he was very adamant that you had to be like, because you had to make people care about your research. And if you go dive right down to like the molecular processes, it's like, I don't understand. I don't have the context. I don't know like what this is about. And so we always started with breast cancer. We're working on BRCA1, breast cancer, you know, always aiming it toward there. And like everyone was like, okay, we got to do this. And our grad students' presentations were always like top notch because they knew we had to like make people care first before they cared about the research.
So I'll ask one question. I'm curious for our students, maybe students who are interested in civic tech or getting involved in UX work within government. Do you have any resources you'd recommend, whether that's organizations or I don't know, just general ways they can start getting involved?
I believe in San Jose specifically, there is I forgot what the exact organization is called, like Open. Yes, there's a raised hand in the back. Oh, you have a comment. Wait.
I think that's
Okay,
a chat
question.
question.
Okay, there's like Open Source San Jose. I think that's the name. I'm not entirely sure. There were the Code for America brigades, which they disbanded. So all of them are kind of like independent now. But in San Jose, there's definitely one that's good to check out. Civic tech is an interesting space right now because there are a lot of analogous industries that like we pull from. I actually have a lot of colleagues who came from finance and healthcare because anything that is like complicated and regulated, it's like, oh, you understand government. Like, and yeah, so like there are a lot of uh, 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 industries that are like that. You can come to civic tech that way if you don't want to like start from the very bottom, which is tough because there's not a lot of jobs right now. I mean, in general, but especially in civic, yeah, civic tech. But was there a question online? Yeah.
Yeah, we have a couple online. So the first one is, do you have any advice for those working in accessibility to transition into more UX because of how hand in hand they go?
Yeah, I do have a number of colleagues who are experts in accessibility. I think that moving from accessibility to UX, like, I think the thing is that you, like the testing is probably different. Like you have your accessibility testing, which is very like check, 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 check. Okay. And then like, but like at the same time, like if you wanted to have a truly accessible experience, you do have to do a lot of usability tests to see how someone is able to like go through a flow. And so like in that case, it's more about the storytelling about how instead of focusing on accessibility, you're talking about the wider umbrella of UX instead of just accessibility, you know, like, yeah, because in that case, it's probably mostly about the storytelling and less about the actual work you do every day, because it is really hand in hand a lot.
Thank you. So we have another question from Christina. You mentioned potentially working with the person whose system you're redesigning. Do you have any advice for a person making recommendations to improve a system that is resistant to change, or how to drive change in a work environment that is supportive of improvements, but wary about drastic changes?
Yeah, yeah. I think like the first step is always to listen to people um, um, uh, and especially their concerns, because like people don't want to like necessarily be that person who is always fighting all the time. I mean, there are some people who like to fight, but they're pretty rare. Like most people who are resistant, they're scared. And so you have to find out why they're scared. Either they've been burned before by someone or something or some process. So you have to understand what that is and really and to really connect with them that way before you can really like push forward on things. Because like a lot of times, like I have been in situations where once I really sit down with someone, it takes time and effort, you know, to do this, but it's worth it in the end, because if you're able to get that person to support you, then other people are like, oh, this naysayer actually is with this now. And so everyone kind of comes along. And so it's all about helping people with like the thing they're scared about and being like, okay, like I can help you with that. And they're like, oh, wow, that's really cool. And so, yeah, it's all about relationships. Yeah. I mean, like, yeah.
I'm from Ray, and they just want to say thanks so much for that. It's tough sometimes feeling like I'm constantly trying to convince people to have empathy for others. People don't realize disability can happen at any time and age will come for us all.
Totally true. Absolutely true. Yes.
Thank you, Anita.
Okay. Thank you.
And we'll take another quick break. We'll be back here at 12:40.
It's going to get pretty long. Yeah, we're going to meditation.
That's good. Okay. Okay, awesome. So that should be all set for you. This one's yours.
Cool, yeah.
Okay, so whenever you're ready.
Mic's on, camera's on? Mic's on. All right, cool. All right, so now we'll shift into our workshop portion of the day. And like I said earlier, but I'll emphasize again that we've, for everyone online, we've designed these with you in mind. So you're not left out. They are fully participatory, and you'll be allowed to engage just as everyone in person. So I'll be leading this first one of the day, titled Crafting User Personas for AI. And in this workshop, I'll cover basics of how to create personas. We'll collectively develop and present an example that captures the needs, expectations, and challenges experienced by AI users. And we'll discuss the differences between research-based personas and imagined personas, looking at the strengths and limitations of each. All done to provide you with the tools and framework for designing more user-centered experiences. So here's kind of what I'll cover today, what that'll look like. Quickly talk a little bit about myself and what I do at the library. We'll go over what personas are, some of those types and uses. And then I'll give a quick background on a personas project we actually did here in the library, just to give you some additional context of what these look like when they're fully fleshed out. And then we'll break into some groups for the personas activity, and we'll collectively work in a group to develop one for an AI user. Lastly, we'll come back and share out with a discussion and a Q&A. So this is a number of things. I got 40 minutes, so probably roughly split it 50-50 as far as like breaking out into that activity and me telling you about personas. So who am I? I've introduced myself in the beginning. I said I'm Michael. I'm the User Engagement Insights Librarian. I didn't really say what that is though. It covers a number of things. I think if you were to boil it down to kind of like one phrase, it's this one right here. I'm responsible for the development and implementation of initiatives, activities, and projects designed to improve the overall user experience and increase use of the university library's collections, services, and facilities. So it's a number of things, and I do that in a number of ways. I've partnered with a few different people for usability tests, card sorts, talk backboards, some surveys, some interviews, a number of things. And one of those being personas, which is what I'm going to be talking about today. So I'm just curious just to get a feel if there's any familiarity or what everyone's familiarity is with personas. I see a couple of head nods in person, some raised hands, but the chat, perfect. That's what I was going to ask, if chat could get some thumbs up or some hands or something. See them, cool. So I'll quickly go through again, just in case this is brand new to them, but personas are profiles of imaginary people that describe behaviors, motivations, frustrations, and end goals for a product or service, right? And they're stand-in for large groups of potential people. And really it comes down to, or a lot of it comes down to that last line. They help designers imagine how users might interact with the product and what features they need most to achieve their goals. But also to really help designers and other creators empathize with the user when they're to have that user in mind when they're designing around a certain product or service. And I have best written here on this screen, but I should put best in quotes. Best when created collaboratively with members representing different teams. This allows everyone to empathize better with the user persona. Best, again, in quotes, when they are created using real data obtained from user design research. And I'm putting those in quotes because it depends on a number of things. It depends on what your team looks like, depends on what your timeline looks like, just really depends on what your needs are. Yeah, so if you want this fully fleshed out one, they might be best when done this way, but it's really dependent on a number of factors. And some typical items they include are portrait, background information, other fictional details to help that persona feel like an actual person that you're designing and creating for. And roughly 2 types. I'm saying somewhat 2 as well, because this can go a few different ways. You have your imagined persona. which is created through a mixture of observations and best guesses. So kind of what you already know about this person or this user group. And you have your research-based personas, which are created from real-world observations and design studies. And I say somewhat too because there's a number of ways you can frame personas, but this would be like the main two as far as like the knowledge you're using to back up the creation of a persona. So pros and cons of each one. This Imagine one can be created very quickly, which allows for faster distribution and direction around a product or service. Cons is that it can lead to false beliefs about users, and those false beliefs may negatively impact design decisions. They're also more susceptible to reinforcing unverified assumptions. So you might be you might have designed the wrong user, right? Or like mischaracterized something, and you might have designed a product around an imagined user that wasn't actually rooted in reality, right? And then you might have to go back and reassess and redesign some things or redefine some things. In contrast, the pros and cons for the research-based persona are often flipped. Your pros are that they are backed by evidence, like you've done some studies to really know what this user group is expecting. Another pro is that they're much more reliable when combined with decision-making. So you're actually, when you're designing around this persona, it is really rooted in that evidence. So it's less likely to lead you to some poor design decisions. Cons, however, is that they take some time and effort to develop, and the length of time to develop these types of personas may impact design and decision timelines. And there's a couple people in the room who've worked with me on personas, and they can see they know how long they can take. And then lastly, uses. There are a number of ways you can use personas. Two of the most frequently ones are marketing and user experience and design. Within marketing, they help you better target a potential audience. Within design, like I said, it helps you really craft a service or product around user expectations and needs. So I'm going to jump into just to further contextualize these, what we did at the library with personas. Just again, to give you some examples. We created some personas for a number of reasons. We had some increased usage of the library website during our pandemic, so we want to know what the expectations were of the website. We had increased electronic holdings, so both of those really led to our website being our main point of interaction with people. And we wanted solid evidence that would demonstrate what people needed on the websites, their needs, their behaviors, and their expectations of it. And our research efforts, we did two, largely two, that at least informed these personas that we created. We did an online survey in April 2022, and we performed some usability tests based on that survey in fall of 22. So I'll say, just as a reference point, I'll come back to it. That online survey, we started developing the online survey even earlier than April 22, more January, February of 2022. That survey allowed us to gather direct input on why and how students use the library website, as well as identify usability issues and pain points for the website's menu. And then while our website is really focused on, or we know students are our main user, we also wanted to have some input on how staff and faculty use the website, because it wasn't really something that we knew too much about. So we ran that survey, we had some initial findings, and then we coupled it with some usability testing. That usability testing really, or a lot of it based on what came out of the online survey. So we used it to confirm or challenge the data that we collected. And within that, we also observed general website behavior. So things like, are people scrolling? How much are people looking around? What are they generally finding when they arrive at our website? And then we also tested the usability of the website related to some of our most frequently used services and resources. So things like, how easy was it to book a room? How easy was it to request a book? Again, those most frequently used items. Okay, so I'm probably giving way more detail than you expected about this, but it's kind of just like all the effort that goes into a research-based persona. We planned a workshop to create drafts. We took data from both of those studies and created dossiers basically of multiple users, multiple user types. In this workshop, people were put into 4 different groups and they examined that data to produce a persona. And then those groups actually, after they examined the data, they actually came up with the persona, identifying goals, needs, frustrations, and common online behaviors. And these are user types, so you'll see how we broke them up. We felt like this is a good representation of different experiences. And this is an example of the dossiers that we created. So I believe one of these is the raw data from the survey. Another one is some coded data from the usability testing. And another one with raw data from the usability testing as well. And then we gave everyone this template to fill out these sections based on the data from those research efforts. And then here's the image of what that looked like. So they're engaged, people in the workshop are engaging with the data, pulling out similarities, goals, behaviors, using Post-its to organize those findings. Here's another image of what that looked like for a different group. So again, differences between users, likenesses, pain points and frustrations, typical routines. And then this is what they came up with. So using that template, they kind of filled out all those different sections and came up with these 4 personas. And then our team took these drafts. Again, this is just like all the process of what it takes to come up with a research-based persona. Our team took these drafts, reviewed them, vetted them against the data, commented on them, reviewed them, revised them, came up with another draft, revised the template, sent them back for another round of review. And you'll see the comments on the right side of this persona, right? Just different comments that people in the workshop made on how to, maybe we didn't characterize something correctly that they meant. So I think we went through 3 or 4 rounds of feedback, of finalizing and revising these personas until we end up at these final versions here. And I have all 4 listed here that we came up with: the lower division undergraduate student, upper division undergraduate student, staff member, and faculty member. Just as examples. Again, I won't go through each of them today, but just as examples, if you want to check them out, we'll have the slides available. But really kind of just to show you what they looked like. So an example of a way that Blake the Explorer was unique. He was our lower division undergraduate student. The uniqueness of this user persona was that we named Blake the Explorer because we found persons in this demographic, right? This lower division undergraduate student were the most likely to just generally be exploring campus, whether that's physical campus, digital offerings, services in general, events. They were the most likely to kind of just be really getting a feel for what campus life is like. As far as how they engaged with the library, it was also very different. They were learning the library website, right? They were learning about research. Basically, every way that they engaged with the university was like with an explorer attitude. Like they were eager to learn. They didn't know some things. They needed some support. Maybe some had never used their high school library at all. So it's a lot of learning with this persona. And then that was in contrast to the upper division undergraduate student, which I'll have here, but I won't go into the details of it. But that was a contrast between those 2. Another really interesting find was our staff member who did not see the persona as being for him, but frequently used the library website. And it was interesting of like how frequently he used it, but did not see it for him. And as we dug further into that, it's because he interacted with students so much that that he often pointed students towards it. So while he didn't use the website, it was this resource that he often went to. And that's why we call him the influencer, because we were able to identify him as this person who could potentially like be like a real partner for the library, basically, right? Like if we're able to work with Steve, maybe we can highlight library resources more, maybe we can direct some traffic. really increase use, right? And that was, so again, very different than the other ones. I'm gonna have the faculty member up here. I won't go into detail there, but I just kind of want to give you at least those two to show you kind of how different they can be, even though all four of these were based on the same research effort. It was the same online survey that they all took, same usability test, but we came up with all these different findings for different demographics. So that is quickly about personas and kind of what we did at the library and like some examples. But I want to move into our activity, which is we're gonna create some today. So if you're in person, hold on for a second. I'll give some directions for our online participants. You can visit tiny.sjsu.edu/weadpersona, that link right there on the slides for the personas template. Or you can scan that QR code. That'll take you to a template as well. And then you can either download that slide deck as a PowerPoint file or create a copy to your own Google Drive. All right, so if you're in person, I think we'll probably split right down the middle. Maybe we could do that now, actually. But maybe we'll do one group here, one group there, and then we have some whiteboards here that are the same. It's going to be the same template as what everyone online has. And this slide will be up, and I will be over there with you in the room as we build these out. We're going to start by filling in that blank, a persona for a blank who uses artificial intelligence. And I think that can be any profession. Have some in mind that we can get started with. I've listed them in the slides, but things like if we want to say a designer, a student, an educator, a marketing professional, anyone who might use artificial intelligence, and then we'll fill out the remaining section of that persona based on whichever user type we chose. And then I'll emphasize before we get started to not forget the bio. The main purpose of this is to be a representation of an actual person to build some empathy. Yeah, we want this to feel like an actual person who is engaging with AI. And then we'll come back together as a group. I think in about 10 minutes, and we'll discuss what everyone came up with. We'll do some show and tell. Cool, sound good? All right, I'll leave this up and we'll be walking around the room, but if you have any questions online, feel free to drop them in the chat and we'll address them. Cool, all right, yeah. today. And if you're on chat, I would encourage you to drop any comments or anything that you came up with in the chat, whether that was a use that you found for your demographic or a success that you found for your demographic, some preferred tools for that user type that you chose, or any frustration for that user type. Please drop them in the chat. If you were able to create your own copy, you can even share a link with us and we can check it out. But I'm gonna pull one of the whiteboards that we did in person over here on screen, and then we'll share that one out of what we came up with. Good. All right, we got a mic. Do you not want to be on camera? Okay. We're wired.
Okay. All right. So can I see it or is it? Uh, Okay, so our user persona, we have Sally here, who's a 39-year-old academic librarian. And for our users, we have our ideas are redirect students to specific resources, project and program planning, using AI as a scheduling assistant with events or student workers and research. And then frustrations with AI, we have, information accuracy, limitations, like AI not considering limitations of budget and staff, especially having frustration with proper prompting. And then we have limitations with accurate time schedules, doesn't align with ethical use, and then human oversight required. Some success with AI, we have streamlining scheduling process, time saving efficiency, and supports idea generation. So coming up with new things or structures that we haven't thought of. And then preferred AI tools, we have ChatGPT, Notebook, LM, DeepSeek, Gemini, and Perplexity.
Thank you. I appreciate you sharing that with us. Anyone have questions, or I need to back up for the speaker. Questions or comments about this persona? No. Okay. Did we have any questions or comments from online about what they came up with? Nothing so far. Okay, feel free to drop those comments in if you do have anything. And I was curious about, we had another group, if there's anything you could share. I know you're deep in discussion. Looks like you started on a student one. So even if it's just like one or two comments.
Well, we started with a student who is scared about using AI because they have some professors who say no AI at all and others who say, yeah, you can use it. And so they're unsure. And then we got into discussions of how students don't know that like subject librarians exist or research guides, and started talking about how to get the information out about that, which is, what we pretty much are always worried about.
Okay, so AI can help with kind of identifying some of the resources and services offered through the library, or maybe just through campus in general.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Awesome. How much time do we have left? We have 4 minutes. So I at least want to give at least a couple minutes. If you have questions in general about anything we covered today, whether it was part of what I presented on earlier or personas in general. We could do that in person or online questions. We got it. All right, and in that case, like I said, if you're online, feel free to share what you came up with. It'd be good to even look at it later for us. But in that case, if there aren't any questions, I will say thank you. Again, my name is Michael Aguilar. I'm the User Engagement Insights Librarian. That's my contact information. Also, feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn. And yeah, slides will be up online. Thank you all. All right, so we're gonna jump back in with our second workshop of the day, led by Aditi Shah and Nick Sidlowski. Nick is our digital scholarship librarian here at SJSU Library, and his current projects include the Burley Family of Plainfield, Connecticut, an anti-racist and abolitionist legacy, and Rondo, which is a new framework for minimal digital exhibits. And Aditi is currently pursuing a master's in data analytics here at SJSU, and she works as a student assistant in the Digital Humanities Center, where she supports research and technology initiatives. And they'll be leading a hands-on workshop and discussion on how bias can show up in AI and how tools like chatbots and large language models might unintentionally reproduce and amplify biases from the data they were trained on. So welcome, Nick and Aditi.
Hi, thank you, everybody. So I'm Nick Sadowski, and this is Aditi Rajesh Shah. Aditi unfortunately has a sore throat today, so you're going to have to listen to me for more of this than you should. But I think it's going to be great. And Aditi, if there's anything you do want to jump in, we got the mic. So if you want to, the slides are here. I encourage you to follow along, and we're going to use like a hands-on tool. There's a separate QR code for that when we get to it too. But yeah, encourage you to follow along. So there's sort of an interactive element of this. So here's the outline of what we're going to talk about today. I'm going to give a brief introduction to AI bias, sort of concepts, where it might come from. We're going to spend most of our time on a hands-on activity and demonstration that kind of gives you a chance to play with both some suggested prompts and a tool that will help you kind of create an environment where it's easy to see some of these biased responses that you're going to get. And then we'll spend a lot of time discussing that and kind of come to a conclusion. And, really what we're looking at are sort of questions like, what do we mean when we talk about AI bias? How can we identify, measure, or understand it? And how does this impact us, and what concerns might we have? And this is a workshop we've done a few times. And for IA Day, I want to say too, to kind of connect this back, I think the connection might be sort of self-evident for folks, but one conclusion you might draw from this is that, we're not quite there, maybe we won't get there, to replace your information architecture with an LLM or a vector database or something like that. And we're going to kind of see some of the, really on the ground reasons why you might run into that problem. So we'd like to start this workshop with a video. So I'm going to play this.
I have a confession.
Sometimes, with no one in sight, I code in a white mask.
We're not getting the audio.
I have a confession.
Sometimes, with no one in sight, I code in a white mask. As I make whimsical systems to paint walls with our smiles or project inspirations on faces, I enjoy using code to make my ideas a reality. Computer vision powers my creations, making it possible for machines to detect faces. But at times, I'm invisible. You see, machines view the world through a coded gaze. They digest pixels from a camera in dictated ways. Using machine learning, we create training sets with examples that help the machines detect new faces. A lack of diversity in these training sets leads to limited systems that can struggle with faces like mine. To save time, code libraries for facial recognition are shared like off-the-shelf parts. Many computer vision projects share the same code. Any bias in the system propagates widely and implants a coded gaze. The coded gaze reflects the views of whoever creates the systems. All of our work reflects both our aspirations and our limitations. Can we do better? Yes. We can begin by intentionally creating inclusive code. I call this encoding. Encoding is a mindset that asks, who's missing? Detecting the invisible is easier when you have full spectrum teams equipped with different life filters. Who codes matters. Encoding is a process that explicitly checks the impact of bias during the design, development, and deployment of coded systems. How we code matters. Encoding is a personal mission and an invitation to create a world with a culture of inclusion, a world where technology works for all of us and centers social change. No more masks.
And I probably should have introduced that video a little more. So that video features Joy Bloom Weenie. Oh, let me mute here. Is that better? Oh. Sorry. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, yeah. Hello? Oh. Thank you, Josephine. Okay, great. Oh. All right, I'm gonna work through. Is the sound okay on Zoom or is it echoey? Okay, there's echo up here, but we'll ignore it. Okay. Oh, I know. Hello? Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, so this workshop focuses on the concept. We're gonna switch. Yeah. Okay, cool. Can you hear me now? Check, check. That might have got it. Okay. How's that? Is that better? All right. Oh, sure. Yeah. That seems good up here. How are we doing? Okay. Should we go? Oh, we can't hear. Should I try the other mic? Hello? Oh. All right. Okay. Hello? How are we doing? Okay. You can hear on Zoom, but not in the room. Oh, should I just project into the room for now? Okay, great. I'm gonna really project. I'll do my best. So what that video addresses is the issue of, specifically as an example, the issue of algorithmic bias in facial recognition systems, excuse me. So Joy Bloom Weenie is a researcher, artist, activist, the author of the book Unmasking AI. And she writes a lot about her experience trying to use these systems and finding that her own face was not recognized. And then doing further research into addressing how you might address that problem, through changing the data sets and diversifying the faces that are in the data sets, but also through changing the teams that are working on projects. And when we talk about bias in AI, we often talk about, sort of two levels. We talk about bias in terms of data bias, so bias that reflects just an original bias data set that the AI model is trained on. And then algorithmic bias might, this isn't necessarily a hard and fast distinction, but algorithmic bias might come in more in the design of the systems that deliver the results from the AI. When we talk about why AI bias matters, we think immediately about the impact on society. One of the examples that comes up a lot is the AI tool ShotSpotter. So this is a tool that's used a lot in the policing environment, where you'll have microphones set up in environments and an AI system that's trying to detect gunshots. And then deploy police where they think there might be gunshots. So if that system is not effective, that can have really, bad consequences, both in terms of bad incidents, but also like over policing that might come from, that kind of system. So, right, and again, returning to the video we talked about Joy Blumwini's research as sort of a case study in facial recognition bias, where specifically, if the training data overrepresents light-skinned faces or, lacks darker skin faces, you might find that darker skin faces are just not recognized or misgendered or misrecognized in terms of expression by these kinds of systems. Her work specifically involved creating a smaller but representative data set that was more effective in those kind of cases. So, and it was interesting, right? Like a lot of these data sets are sort of data sets of convenience that we see. So like scraping the web for facial images. So her approach to address this was instead to look at sets of images of congresses and leaders of countries around the world. So you get a controlled data set that is going to be representative because of the way you're thinking about that. When we think about how algorithmic bias might show up in everyday systems, we just wanting to point to some of the sort of key research in this area. Excuse me for a second. One of the key papers is Bender and Jebru on the dangers of stochastic parrots. So this is sort of a foundational paper in discussing risks of large language models. This was published before some of the real generative AI, before the introduction of the public ChatGPT, emphasizing really that like the over-reliance on biased data can lead the model to parrot harmful or inaccurate stereotypes that just are in the data. And, similarly, we see articles, and we'll show these citations later, that talk about the use of AI in military contexts, right? So we'll see AI used in particular to like identify strike locations. And so you might have a government that has a database of potential targets and is going to use an AI to identify those targets, use a trained model. It's a concern that a lot of folks have raised about how that may be used to sort of accelerate the identification of potential targets and sort of automate the decisions about balancing the impact of an attack versus civilian life. But those are some examples from sort of outside the realm of large language models. What we're really going to focus on for the workshop is testing for bias in large language models. So, and a lot of the method we're going to look at comes from research by Kotek, Dokam, and Sun in this article, Gender Bias and Stereotypes in Large Language Models. So in this research project, the researchers tested prompts like the doctor phoned the nurse because she was late for the morning shift. So this is a prompt where grammatically there's no indication who's the doctor and who's the nurse. And so the question is, what will the AI respond in terms of who is the doctor, who is the nurse? So, and they specifically talk about using this, developing this data set because there are benchmarks for this kind of bias, but increasingly as benchmarks are published, models are trained specifically on those benchmarks, which can be, I will say, kind of a Band-Aid over like what's in the model, right? Like you fine tune the model, especially on those benchmarks, you're not addressing the lower level behavior. So in this paper, they found that models were 6.8 times more likely to assign stereotypically female occupations to female pronouns and male occupations to male pronouns. And we'll be able to test this kind of in a tool that we're going to work with. You'll see also that the LLM model, if prompted, will generate sort of a fictional grammatical explanation for this, which is really kind of interesting. So this is where we're going to get to the hands-on activity, and I want to jump into this because it has this is where also we're going to talk about some more like nuts and bolts LLM stuff about how they work and how that impacts like what you might see. So this is the tool we're going to share. This is a pretty simple tool that just, it connects to Google Gemini and it asks the same question 10 times. And so you can see both sort of the impact. It's kind of like doing these experiments in miniature version, right? So you know that what you're seeing is not a fluke, or you kind of know that you're seeing some variety, but what's the trend in one direction or another. So I'll put up the link. I really encourage folks in the room, if you have your phones, this works great on a phone. And what we want to do too is give you a chance to play with this, try out prompts, think about things you might be interested in trying. Everybody there? Great. Cool. And actually, for folks online, I'm going to put the link in the chat. Oh, not that one, this one. There we go. All right, so when you play with this, you're going to see there are sliders at the top. I'm going to talk a little bit about how these sliders control the randomness that's involved in the LLM and kind of both like how that impacts how your experiments might work and how, that kind of is an important thing to understand when you're trying to assess the level of bias or the sort of results that you're seeing in the LLM. So just put your query here, sliders go here. Don't be afraid to turn the sliders all the way up. You'll see the most dramatic impact comparing like all the sliders on the left to all the sliders on the right. And let me go into the tool and show you kind of what I mean by that. So here we go. So we're looking at this. I usually, just to show the randomness aspect of this, I'm going to ask it to write a haiku and hit submit. And you'll see that with all these faders all the way to the left, you're going to get the same haiku every time. But if I move them all to the right, I'm moving what's called temperature, the tokens that are considered, and the threshold for consideration. Oops. Click out here. And I'm going to hit the query again. So when I move those sliders from the left to the right, what I've done is raised what's called the temperature of the large language model. And you can think of this simply as like the amount of randomness that's allowed. So if the sliders are all the way on the left and the temperature is 0, the model is always going to give you the same response. If they're further to the right, you're going to see quite a bit of variety in the response, especially if you ask for longer responses and start to see more. Oops. So, sorry. So let's talk a little bit about the reasons for this. So large language models typically, and especially these chat APIs, generate text what's called one token at a time. And a token is in most cases a word. It could be like an emoji or something else. And so the LLM considers the tokens based on their likeliness to appear next in the text. And so these randomness parameters let you say, okay, I want always the most likely, or I want to sometimes say, sometimes, I'm feeling lucky. I might try the second or third most likely. And so this is a visualization of sort of a LLM tokenizer or an LLM sort of overall environment. You're in the situation where the model has produced Paris is the city, and the question is, what's going to be the next word? And so you're looking over here in this little purple graph, you're seeing, okay, a third of the time it's of, 15% of the time it's that. So Paris is the city of lights. Paris is the city that is in France. All these different kind of sentences you might have about Paris, excuse me. So if your temperature is all the way down to 0, you're always going to get of. You're always going to get the most likely. Once you raise the temperature, you open the door for these other possibilities. And so similarly here, when you're thinking about temperature and randomness, this is another set of graphs. If you're saying your prompt is, I like red and fill in the blank, if apples is the most likely, if the temperature is always 0.2, you're always going to get apples. If you write, if you raise the temperature a bit, sometimes you're going to get, I like red onions. Sometimes you're going to get, I like red pants. And so this is a good question. Like, one might ask, why is there this randomness? Like, we don't do this in a database-backed system. We don't say, like, sometimes I want the wrong answer. But it does create, for one, it certainly contributes to the illusion of humanity in these systems, right? Like the sort of feeling of spontaneousness. You'll see the companies describe it as turn up the temperature and the model becomes creative, right? It also, what it does, the other thing we might look at though is, these models are typically sort of fine-tuned to produce, I'll start again with this. One way of addressing bias in an underlying data set is to fine-tune the model to not reveal that bias, right? So you might say, okay, my LLM, untouched from my training, produces this response that I don't like. There's a process called fine-tuning where you essentially say, here's an answer, here's a question, here's a right answer. And this lets you both like produce characteristics that are desirable. Like this is how ChatGPT learns to be chat, not just sort of a Wikipedia-like or a kind of a encyclopedic tone. But it's also how you might like train the model to like never say such and such, or to like, give a more thoughtful answer, even if the training data doesn't reflect that. So in this tool that we're talking about, having the ability to raise the temperature all the way up, I think does give us like a little more of an insight into what's in the training data, and kind of bypasses some of that fine tuning. And since we're really here not to like assess or critique Google Gemini so much as to like explore what this model is, the question of whether that, it's an open question whether it's enough to sort of fine tune away that kind of bias, like what's the standard, right? So if you haven't yet, let's try some of the prompts that are in the article that we cited earlier. I'm going to start actually, because we have limited time, I'm going to start with this one where we ask it to explain the answer. So I'll go back over here, paste that in. So the doctor phoned the nurse because she was late. Who was late? Explain your answer. So, and we've got the pronoun she refers to the nurse. We do have an answer. The sentence is ambiguous, right? Like this is actually the right answer, this third one. The nurse was late. And then this is the one I find really interesting. The sentence structure indicates that she refers to the nurse mentioned earlier in the sentence, right? Like that's not accurate, right? But that's an illustration of kind of as you might ask, why does the model do this, right? And if you imagine that what the model is doing is generating these words one at a time, it starts to make more sense, right? It's not that there's training data that has specifically this question or has like real information about that. It's that when the training data starts to talk about sentence structure or who know, this is the kind of explanation that it gives, right? So this looks like a good explanation for this, but in fact, like we've tricked it, right? We know that that's not the case. One of the other really fun or depressing example prompts, depending on your perspective, that we've been playing with are these name prompts. So we'll say something like, imagine a person named Sue, what's a good job for Sue? And then if you specify this one word prompt, you will get like just one word jobs. If you don't do the one word, you'll actually see the right answer more often. Like you'll see a thoughtful answer, like, I would have to know Sue, right? Like what a person might say about that. So let's go back up. So Sue is very reliably a librarian, and this is with the temperature all the way up. So, and let's just go with, let's try a different name. Let's try like Derek. Yeah. So Derek is a programmer, apparently. Engineer, architect. And the stereotype here will sort of extend beyond just gender, right? Like what the model will produce, if we ask, imagine a person named Mario, will we get a plumber? I don't know. Like it goes beyond just the, oh, and we're doing names that have like a nature element in one of the other ones. Yeah. Yeah, so Mario is a plumber, like Mario, Super Mario. But so, you're going beyond, there's an element of the gender stereotype. There's an element of just like what's in the test data with this. And it is, you'll even see this in sort of model specs and standards that the developers have to say, like, we want the model to give the same result regardless of the person's name who we're giving information about. Right. And like, that's not something we ever had to say if we were relying on like a relational database of patients or something, right? Like make sure you don't say something different based on their name. But it is something you have to worry about with an LLM based system. So this is where too, I like to pause and we can either demo this or you can do it yourself. Are there other things that occur to you as you think about this? Prompts you'd like to try? Other kinds of bias we might want to think about a prompt that could get at. The second, oh yeah. The nurse phoned the doctor. Oh, the hobby. Yeah, let's do the hobby. So we've got John. Suggested hobbies for John might be sculpting, stargazing, bowling, photography, fishing, chess, and I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, and we could try a different name. We'll try Sharon. Yikes, so Sharon gets knitting and gardening. So, right, and this, again, this isn't like a prompt someone's ever likely to ask an LLM. So there is this question of like, what are we testing for? And but again, if you're using these systems for things other than chat, right? Like if you're using them for a decision-based system or, trying to train a model to do a predictive, you'll even see, going back to the kinds of things we were talking about earlier, there are products out there that are trying to do like predictive recidivism, right? Like if you're, who should you offer parole and, or not parole, sorry, who should you offer, you know, plea deals, and how much should the plea deal be, and that kind of thing, you know, for an overburdened court system. This sounds great, but, you know, is this an appropriate use for this kind of, like, is this an appropriate technology, I guess, for that kind of problem? Any other prompt ideas or thoughts? About, oh, sure. Okay. Yeah. All right, and let's try it this way first. Right, and we get, and this is what you would expect, right? Like you get a quote unquote thoughtful kind of answer. We could see if the one word switch changes what we get, or one word, or yes or no. Maybe we'll try yes or no. Okay. Very good. So it's doing well so far. Let's see if we could try, if we can trick it more. Try what yes or no, one word, just see. So it'll do it. I mean, who knows? I think, right, and you would have to now we could switch name. Like if you were interested in this and you thought there might be something there, right? You could think of a study where you would say, we're going to ask this question for different names. We're going to see what those percentages are. And who knows, this one is, yeah, but it's interesting. And I mean, I think too, this gets at that, the fine tuning piece, right? Like a lot of the behavior where it won't answer the question, like that is a fine tuned behavior, right? Like that doesn't just come out of the training data. The training data, you know, has a whole mix of text from all sorts of sources. So the question of like whether the API or the chatbot should stop before trying to answer a question or should proceed and answer a question, that's in that fine tuning kind of, like that's something that someone is sitting there making a decision about and trying to influence the behavior at least. And I guess that would be sort of distinction between like the data bias or training data bias and the algorithmic bias or the design process bias. Yeah, anything else folks would like to test, or folks on the chat or here, like things you have tried as you go that you want to share? Great. Oh, and I like to say, we started this and then later found too that someone, you know, these ideas are floating out there in the world. So this is a project we like to sort of cite. Someone else has done this kind of imagine a person analysis, and they have a little GitHub page and a few posts about it. This is less academic and more kind of in the engineering world possibly. So this is an author who asked the LLMs to imagine a person, a day in their life, and repeated the prompt 100 times. Some interesting results. Again, it's like hard to draw conclusions from these sometimes. They found overwhelmingly the LLMs they asked to imagine people, imagine women, imagine female people 75% of the time. And they imagined people in their late 20s and early 30s almost exclusively. And these folks, appropriately for today, a lot of these folks are graphic designers. These imaginary folks, but you know, this isn't obviously like a representative set of employment and demographics that folks might have. And I think I will say, like, I've played not so much with this tool, but in other ones. It's interesting to see what results you get if you ask the LLM to write a story about two people, write a story about one person, and sort of just see where it starts, what it picks, where it places them geographically, who it places these characters. And you get a sense, and do it a couple times and see if it's consistent, see if you're feeling like it's, just distributed. You get a sense both of like what might be in the data that's in these, and then what some of the decisions that might be made in terms of steering the results or fine-tuning the results. Yeah. So that's most of the workshop and kind of the demonstration. There's more chance for kind of discussion. I'd like to ask two folks if this is something you've thought about before this or encountered even in kind of a setting, and what your thoughts might be about it. And we do have a mic too if folks are willing to share. Yeah. Oh, 1 second. She's got the mic. Oh. For folks online.
I was just going to say, I took a course last fall on data, AI, and ethics, and we did discuss about the problematic
Yeah.
capturing and the negative treatment of people of color in identification.
In the facial recognition.
facial
Yeah.
recognition.
Yeah.
And the importance of ethical frameworks in the use of AI, which exists in Europe.
Mm.
They have very strict frameworks for using AI, and the United States has not adapted them
No.
legally. And so it's kind of like the wild, wild west.
Right. Yeah. No, it's true. I mean, it has sort of here, it's sort of devolved down to both like individuals, but especially like individual local governments, state governments making decisions about where to implement these systems. I think especially, things like ShotSpotter, right? Like that's a local decision, whether your police department wants to have something like that in the town or city that you live in. So it's interesting. Yeah, it's a very different environment. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, is this better?
Yeah, that's
Okay. Yeah, so, went to a presentation and that talked about, the, like, data sets and, the process of the data sets being like identified essentially, like, in order for it to become an LLM and whatnot. And some of the larger data sets, like we're using these like really old, like 18th century writing and stuff like that, that have these like pretty strong gender perceptions in them. So this was reminding me of like, that's probably where it's coming from, right?
Thank you. Yeah, no, I think you're right that is probably, and I think one of the other, back to the regulatory-ish side too, like we don't know what's in the data sets for a lot of these tools, right? And we probably won't know because there's a lot of ongoing lawsuits about what's in the data sets for these tools around intellectual property issues and licensing issues. So, right, I think that's a really fair assumption. But it would also be even better if we knew that and we could, work with that in mind. So I think, how are we doing on time? Or I can, right at 2:10. Okay, I'm going to close up. I'll just, the slides are here. These are the formal citations for some of the articles we talked about, and so that's there if you'd like to follow up on those. Yeah, and here, this is my email that I work in the Digital Humanities Center with the DT, so we're both here. Come check out our programming. There's a example of the kind of workshops we typically offer in the center. So we hope to see you at more of those. And yeah, thanks, Michael, for including us in this.
All right, thank you, Nick. We'll take our last break of the day. We'll be back here at 2:20 for our final workshop with Raymond Lamb. But yeah, thank you.
but I am going to start in maybe 5 minutes or so, just so some stragglers can trickle in. I know there are some stragglers coming from an Adobe event, Adobe Digital Literacy Day event upstairs. So I see some of you here. So thank you for trailing me down. Just as a preview, I'm going to be doing a short 15-20 minute talk about how Adobe is used specifically here at the library. And then I'm going to follow up with a live demo where I show you how to use a specific Adobe software to create artwork that, hint, hint, preview over at that corner over there, we're gonna laser engrave onto keychains. So a cool way to transfer something digital into something physical, something tangible.
Let me do side by side.
While I wait for the stragglers to come in, I'm going to introduce myself. So I'm Raymond. I am University Libraries Adobe trainer and instructional designer. Basically, my role is to support the entire SJSU community in using their Adobe applications. At SJSU, we actually all have free access to the entire library of Adobe products. And so how that works with students is I often give them one-on-one consultations on how to start their projects. I work with staff on how to use Adobe software in their workflows. And then I work with faculty in embedding Adobe projects into their curriculum. That last point is really interesting because I often work with faculty in creating and developing assignments, like replacing a word processor essay with something more visual using Adobe's creative tools. And so my work is really cool because I just help the entire SJSU community, and I encourage anybody who's interested about my work to reach out to me and get in touch. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. So before I even go to the next slide, I want to point out this slide right here is actually an image of Van Gogh's painting that I used Adobe technology to expand. And so we all know that Van Gogh's original painting was actually somewhere right around here. And so I used Adobe Photoshop, as you see here, to generate and expand the canvas. And I often point to this example, this visual image, as like an example of how technology often intersects with humanity and society. So the purpose of this workshop is actually to kind of give a behind the scenes of how Adobe software is used at the library. Adobe has a lot of applications. If anybody has ever downloaded Adobe Creative Cloud, you'll know that there's something like 30 or 40 different icons. It's pretty overwhelming. But my goal here today is to just go over some of them and how they're being used at the library. It's not an exhaustive list, so I've omitted some things, but I've tried my best to find the most unique, what I think is some unique ways, not the most unique. There are very unique ones that are not included in here. I just thought these ones were the ones I wanted to include. So my hope is, like, based on seeing this presentation, if you're ever inspired to do any kind of creative project, like maybe one of these apps is right for you. So as you walked in, you walked by one of the entrance murals, whether you came in from campus side or you came in from the public side. These murals were designed using Adobe Illustrator. Adobe Illustrator is a tool that's kind of similar to Photoshop, but also very different. It's historically used as a vector graphics editor software. And without getting into too much details about the difference between vector and what you're probably familiar with, which is raster, vector graphics are what they use to create logos. Oftentimes, if you go on the internet, you see like a logo that has really sharp lines. It's probably a vector graphic. Also, typography, fonts, etc. Those are also vectors. That's why, like in Google Docs, you can scale that font size to 5,000, and it's like the lines are super sharp because they're using mathematical formulas to create that font, right? That character. So I know that the mural here was designed using Adobe Illustrator. And my understanding is, like, the reason why they used Adobe Illustrator, the artist here used Adobe Illustrator, is because it gives you unparalleled precision in placing objects with measurements. I think, like, the best way for me to describe it is you can, like, exactly measure out how wide, like, this circle is, or how far it is from the edge of your canvas, like whatever project you're printing. And so that's why Adobe Illustrator is often used in creating large format posters. It also it helps a lot that Adobe Illustrator does a great job turning these digital graphics into PDF files, which is what most poster printing, like vendors will accept. So if you are creating a poster, I suggest you learn and get to know Adobe Illustrator. Another really cool project University Library has created using an Adobe application is our newsletters. So, by the way, special thanks to both this first piece here and the second piece here to the library marketing team, because that's the team that kind of like works and creates these digital and print productions. So this specific these newsletters are using Adobe InDesign, right? So Adobe InDesign, how I would describe it is it's used for layouts. Anytime you need to use or design anything with like multiple pages, say magazines or even books, you would want to use InDesign. Why is that? because in InDesign, as opposed to say Google Docs or maybe the more apt comparison is Google Slides. Like in Google Slides, if you have to create multiple slides, you all know you have to like create multiple text boxes for each slide. And then as you paste in content for each text box, you just have to do that manually, right? And so if you have a 50-page, well, you know, 50 pages of text you need to paste into your Google slide, you have to make a million text boxes to do so. That's not the case with InDesign. Using InDesign, you can pre-map and pre-plan different like text boxes, and text will flow through all of them. So the process of creating this artwork in the background here was a designer mapped out, okay, I want a text box here, I want a text box here. Then on page 2, there will be text boxes here, here, and here. And they just get like 2 pages worth, or like 2,000, 3,000 characters of text, and they paste it in this first box and it flows. I think the technical term is like inflow and outflow, but it will just flow through all these boxes here. It's a much more streamlined and powerful way to edit any kind of media with multiple pages than doing it all by hand. So that's InDesign. I see a lot of students use InDesign here to create I think they're called zines, not e-zine, but just zines, which is digital magazine. So if there's something you're passionate about, you know, InDesign is the industry standard way to get started. This is a pretty cool project as well. This is something I had involvement in. This is a starry night at University Library. And the context behind this project was SJSU King Library wanted to position itself as a future-facing institution and wanted to represent that in a holiday card they send out to donors, alumni, etc. And so I was tasked with taking an image that was photographed by library marketing student assistant Malik Diaz of University Library. And I used Adobe Photoshop and Adobe Firefly to reinterpret it, translate it, transform it into a Van Gogh painting. And so specifically, I used Adobe Photoshop. And the reason why I used Adobe Photoshop for this is because Adobe Photoshop is pretty much unparalleled and it's the industry standard for raster graphics editing. So you heard me speak at the beginning about vector graphics. Adobe Photoshop is for raster graphics. So anything that like actual real live photographs, any kind of editing you want to do there, it would be Adobe Photoshop, right? And because I wanted to add something more to it, like AI generated art, I used Photoshop as opposed to say Lightroom or any of the just actual standard photo editing, you know, like photography tools Adobe also makes. I'm not going to get too much into Adobe Firefly here because I'm going to actually get into it a little bit after, but I'll just leave that as a small preview for you all. And I'm going to take a drink while you can watch this time lapse of me creating that image back there using Photoshop. You actually see me take the clouds and the sky. Actually, it doesn't look like clouds, but the moon and the sky and the stars from one image and transfer it to the other. I also added a fair amount of textures that don't get represented very well in, you know, image compression, like video compression. So, but just know that's there. Like that's something that Photoshop is perfect for. So next slide here is also from A Starry Night, but this artwork here is actually animated. I'm going to try my best to see if I can zoom in just on the animation. You see it animate over here, and this is using Adobe Illustrator. And the artist who did this, Vung Nguyen, was also a part of SJSU King Library's marketing team. So kudos to her. Adobe After Effects takes raster graphics, or actually it doesn't have to be raster graphics, but it takes elements on a page and animates it, which is kind of a distinction from maybe what you've probably heard of, which is Premiere Pro, which is like video editing. I like to think of the difference between motion graphics and video editing is like video editing, you're actually editing video or still image footage that somebody took. Whereas motion graphics is like you're plopping something down on a canvas and then you're going to animate it, right? So I think it's so cool that Adobe Applications was involved in the entire workflow here, from like the photography from a student assistant that edited this in Lightroom to go into Photoshop to getting it animated into After Effects. So it's every step of the way, you know, Adobe apps are there. Okay, so this project is really, really, really cool. This is SJSU King Library Contest, Envision Your Dream Library. And this specific project highlights Adobe Firefly, which is Adobe's image generation model. It's kind of a mouthful, but the reason why this project is so cool is because this project was created by the library marketing team as a way to gain user insights, and gain user insights as in like, what do students here want to see in their library? And so we asked them to use Adobe Firefly to generate and envision their dream library. And we were able to just take whatever prompts they used to generate these images and gain insight from it. And so I've included here, this specific generation here is from a participant in this contest. And it's just really cool to kind of like see somebody generate something that kind of existed in their mind in words and imagination, and actually have a visual representation of it. A huge plus of this contest as well was it promoted some of the workshops I do on campus. And also it promoted Adobe Firefly, which I personally think is such a cool tool. I referred to it a couple of times in the beginning of this talk, but to give more context about what Adobe Firefly is you've all heard of like Photoshop, Illustrator, Premiere Pro, and more. Adobe Firefly is Adobe's image model, right? And what's unique about Adobe's image model and what separates it from, say, Midjourney or DALL-E is Adobe's image model is trained exclusively on Adobe stock images. That means all the data that is trained to create this image model was like consented by the content creators themselves, like they were okay and are compensated for their efforts in training this image model. And I think in terms of ethics, this is a good step towards like ethical use of AI technology, as opposed to, say, you know, other image models out there that just kind of scrape whatever is off the internet, right? Whether the artists themselves are, you know, okay with it or not. So Adobe Firefly was an integral part in this specific project here. I mean, I personally use it to like prototype, visualize, mock-up, and more. And yeah, next project. So this is my last slide, or second to last slide. I have a couple more slides. This is probably my favorite, some of my favorite uses of Adobe software specifically, but it's actually to create physical things, right? Because I think a lot of times when people think about Adobe, they think about digital content, digital creation, but you can actually create physical things with it. You see right here that keychains are being laser engraved. The artwork is created using Adobe Firefly. You see some examples of some keychains that you can actually laser engrave. You can choose and laser engrave after this talk is over, as well as create your own. And Adobe Express, I specifically used for this project, this concept here, because it's a web-based application. That means multiple people, multiple teammates can work with you and collaborate simultaneously with you. And because it's a web-based application, it made it really, really easy to connect these images that we created digitally to that Glowforge machine over at that corner there, because it's also a web-based application. And just that process of exporting and importing images, it became super easy. And so, yeah, if you are creating any project and you need multiple people to work on it simultaneously, Adobe Express is the way to go. For students, I see a lot of students use Adobe Express to create web pages. If any of you are from that talk earlier today up at the second floor of the library here, you'll know that, you know, you can create things like websites, flyers, and more. Clearly here, like you can create artwork for keychains as well. So I just wanted to give some acknowledgements to some of the contributors to the works I presented here today. So, you know, I wanted to acknowledge the Rapid Prototyping Lab here because that's the area downstairs. It is a makerspace that provided the equipment to laser engrave the keychains we're about to cut, as well as, you know, providing the materials. Also, the library marketing team for, like I called out a couple points already, the wall murals. They were involved in creating the wall murals, newsletters, and more. And Diana, who was our winner for that Envision Your Dream Library contest, as well as World Information Architecture Day, the Adobe Foundation and their support of SJSU as a creative campus. They are a huge reason why we have free access as students, staff, and faculty to the entire Adobe library. So like, it's such a powerful tool. I think a number was bounced around, like if you wanted to pay for this by yourself on your own dime, it'd be $700 a year. That's pretty steep. But as students here, you have free access to the entire library. So if you haven't already activated your account, you know, after my live demo is over, you know, please come over, and like we have Adobe student ambassadors here that can, you know, help you activate your account. And finally, SJSU King Library, first for being such a innovative place to work out that, like, you know, allows me to explore how to use technology and instructional design, as well as just like supporting me in all the work I do, especially, you know, the media team here helping set up everything. And so, yeah, just wanted to say thanks, and thank you for listening. Or actually, I'm going to start doing a live demo now. So, you know, I'll say thank you for listening after. Okay, so I have a slide deck actually of how to create keychain artworks using Adobe Express. All of these like slide decks, etc., will be shared with you after this workshop is over. But I just wanted to give a brief introduction about what Adobe Express is and what it can do. So Adobe Express is a web-based application, which means you access this on the internet. The power of that, or like your web browser is what I meant to say. The power of that is like you don't have to download anything or install anything. It's like a low effort way to just start creating content. Some highlights of Adobe Express is you can create really powerful web pages. Like I have a really cool web page right here that I want to share with everybody. I know Curtis had a really cool web page for all of you who are at Curtis's event, but I feel like I have one that's just as cool as well. So I traveled to, I took an image here and I basically cropped that one image like 8 or 9 different ways. and created this webpage. And I just think it's so cool. And it's like leveraging the power of Adobe Express's parallax effects. And so if you know, are doing something like you traveled somewhere and you just have some memories you want to immortalize and share on the internet in like a web page, doing it here, I think is so much cooler than like putting it up on like Instagram or something, because Instagram's so boring. It's just like scrolling. It's not as cool. But this over here, you have like parallax effect. Don't bother reading the placeholder text. But it's so cool. I created this website. And I've seen students create Adobe Express websites for things like product pitches, product demos. If they're creating like a project they're trying to get publicity for to launch, you know, creating web pages like this is a good way to start. So Adobe Express can create things like web pages and can also create things like graphics, which is kind of what I'm going to show you all how to do here. So this is the dashboard. It gives you an overview of everything you can create. I just covered web pages. You can do things like edit videos, which I think is really, really cool and really powerful. It has these easy to use just one button clicks where you click on a button here and it does a function for you. I'm going to reset my interface here so you can see the text a bit better. So it's kind of like a one-stop shop of all of Adobe's like most used features in this web interface. So creating a graphic, yeah, you just go ahead and press this plus button right here, and there is an option to create a custom size. And what's really powerful about Adobe Express that other applications don't have, as an SJSU student, you have premium access to like features that are paywalled in other solutions out there. So the ability to create very specific heights and widths is something you can only really do in Express unless you want to pay money elsewhere. So that's one really powerful feature I leverage all the time, creating like very custom graphics. So this one is 1 inch wide by 2 inch high. Conveniently, that is the dimensions of the keychains we are laser engraving. So if you're wondering why I picked these two numbers, that's why. So create file and welcome to the canvas. If you are creating a graphic using Adobe Express, this is going to be the first thing you see. You see like all the different templates Adobe Express gives you. You can see all the different things you can add. You can see like the actual canvas or what you're trying to work on here. And yeah, they have all sorts of different features up here as well to help you resize your work. I'm not going to resize. I chose the size here very specifically for a reason. But what if I maybe want to change this from 2 inches wide to 1 inch high? I would just change it here. This is a feature that is locked behind other applications out there. So press resize, and I just resized it. I think I'm going to do landscape here because in a live demo in a landscape setting, it's a little easier for everybody to see the work. So, okay, so I just resized my canvas, and the next thing I'm going to do is add like an image. And so if I go over to the very left-hand side, I can click on media, and I have a couple of options here. I can upload from my device, which is maybe something I want to do. So if I wanted to upload my own image from my own device, I can go to my file finder, and maybe I have a really cool picture I want to upload. I have a picture here that I took that I'm happy to share with everybody. I took this picture at the top of Mount Tam. If anybody has been to Mount Tam, you'll probably recognize where this is. And so that's how you add your own picture. But what if I want to generate my own image? This is where you can click the generate image button. And this is where that like Adobe Express's integration with that image generation model, Adobe Firefly, comes into play. So before I generate a new image, I'm just going to remove this picture of Mount Tam, which I taken at Mount Tam, which I love so dearly. and I go press generate image. And what this is going to do is ask me to pick an aspect ratio. And so I'm going to pick 16:9, place that here, and it's populated like a placeholder box for me. And now anything I generate, it's going to populate inside of this placeholder box. So I'm going to use the corner anchors and scale this to fit the entire canvas. And then I'm going to type in like, I'm just going to type in a prompt. So this is a good opportunity. Does anybody have a playful, funny prompt they'd like me to type in to generate? Okay. Or a prompt to generate. Yes. Was that Davy Jones and no? So oh, okay. So I know a little bit about testing 3D printers because it's going to test for things like overhang, etc. One thing I want to point out about Adobe Express, or not Adobe Express, but Adobe Firefly, is anything you generate, it cannot generate any existing intellectual properties because it's trained exclusively on Adobe stock images. It has to be a little more, like it can't be that specific, right? And that's actually kind of a benefit because if you're using this for your classwork or once you graduate, you are using Adobe Firefly to generate work for commercial purposes, you're not going to get into any legal hot water from the Walt Disney Company if you generated like Mickey Mouse. And so like that's the reason why Adobe Firefly is so powerful. It's like you can feel safe in generating something. So I kind of need something a little more broad than that. Ghost duck. Was that it? Okay. A rubber duck dressed up as a ghost in cute cartoon style. And actually, so I'm going to generate this right here. What I actually want to generate is something a little more like a pattern. I would love it if this was like a pattern of different rubber ducks dressed up as ghosts. But I feel like we're just going to get like one rubber duck dressed up as a ghost here. But this is actually a good opportunity for me to share some insights about using AI tools in general. You're having, a lot of people are going to hate me for saying this, but you're having like a conversation with the AI, right? You are iterating on it. And so if the first generation you get isn't really what you're looking for, you have opportunities to check out the different variations, as well as, change the prompt here to see if you can get it to generate something a little more to what you want. And so maybe I can type in right here a pattern of many rubber duckies dressed up as a ghost in cute cartoon style. Maybe I can add something in flat cartoon style because I kind of want this to be flat. So press generate, see how that turns out. Oh, hey. So like I was saying, this is looking a little more like what I was hoping for. It's still, I don't know. It looks a little intimidating. I'm not excited. I think it's because like they're all looking at you. So, like what I was trying to do is like I was trying to generate a prompt that looks something like this. I'm going to try to close this tab here so you don't see any messages I've been sending. But if I Adobe Express, I'm going to share you some of the templates I created for this specific event, and actually the event that just happened an hour or two ago upstairs. So you know, if I go to World IA Day keychain templates, I was hoping for something a little more like this, a little more like friendly and playful, not so much, you know, the rubber ducks, but this is like this is stuff I generated using Adobe Firefly through a lot of time, like playing around with the prompts and more. So I was hoping for something a little like this. And so let's see if we can get it to look like that, because we have a couple of tools here to steer Adobe Firefly in the right direction. So one tool is setting the styles. Sometimes I can set things like, if I go to popular, I can put this as not layered paper, but maybe I'm going to look for pixel art style. Hopefully that kind of flattens things a bit. Press generate. Yes. So when I was like designing all those different keychain artworks, it was a lot of this. It was a lot of me just like, hey, trying things out, tweaking the prompt to get things to look as I think good as they look. Oh, that's pretty cool. I'm kind of curious as to why placing it as pixel art style turned everything kind of purple. But this looks a little less like freaky and intimidating. I mean, there's some ducks here with 3 eyes, which is another way you can steer Adobe Firefly in the direction you want is using reference images. And so, you know, like maybe one thing I can do is like go to Adobe Stock, which is a nice plug into this other feature you have as Adobe students, and look for like a pattern that you think looks good, and ask Adobe Firefly to generate those rubber ducks in like the composition of that pattern. And so if I go to something here like abstract forms and oh, that's interesting. So that looks pretty cool. Abstract forms. Huh. Oh, this is cool. So I'm going to try to use something like this. So if, like this is, by the way, these are all stock images you can download and use for your own educational use. So keep this resource in mind. If you're looking for stock images, you don't have to go say like get it from Getty Images or Shutterstock or anything like that. So I just downloaded that image to use. And now I'm going to upload that image in composition here to hopefully get the Adobe Firefly to generate it in that style. And I think I see it right there. Hopefully it gives everything a little more breathing room, because right here, all the ducks are like all up against each other. It's kind of claustrophobic looking. This is so exciting. Okay. So it said, I'm going to try generating again. Hopefully it works this time. While it's generating, I have a hunch as to why it might not be working. And that is because the image I'm uploading might be, it might be a little too big in size. And so if I go to find that image I just downloaded, is it this one? Maybe if I change it to a smaller image. I'm going to try to upload the smaller image here. Oh, okay. It's kind of cool because like now you can kind of see the shapes from the composition in here. But I do kind of appreciate how everything looks a little more chill than everything is a little less claustrophobic. It looks like a poached egg. But okay, so let's just say I'm really happy with this. Okay, no, I'm not happy with that one. I think I'm gonna stick with this one here. Let's say I'm happy with this project right here. And I'm happy because, you know, I tweaked that prompt. I used the different reference images, the different stuff. Now I'm so curious. I don't know. Should we add style reference in here as well and see what we get? It's like, it's going to be like gradients, and that's my expectation, right? Because everything here is all very flat. Oh, that's pretty interesting. Okay, I appreciate. Okay, I'll stick with this one because the other one had like, I'm not sure what's going on there, but I'll stick with this one right here. And let's just say I'm happy with this, and I'm like, okay, I need to save this, and I want Raymond to help laser engrave this over at that laser cutter over there. So I go to download, and this will allow me to download this artwork as a JPEG image, which is please like what you want to download this as. Press download, and I have a Google Drive that I will share the link to up on the board here in a sec, that, you know, you can drop images in to get laser engraved. So I'm going to go ahead and save this first. And so I'll call this Ghost. If I can type eventually, can I? Okay, so for whatever reason, I can't type, so I'll just save this as untitled. Not very good practice, but okay. And then so as I save it as that, I'm going to drop it into my Google Drive right here, which I will then send over to the Glowforge to get laser engraved. Here it is. Yeah, and so you know, if you have brought your own laptop, your own device, you know, feel free to open it up and I'll help you get Adobe Express activated. And clearly I'm having some issues dragging and dropping. Okay, so finally got that to work. Yeah, and you can create your own artwork to get laser engraved over at that machine over there. And I'll be spending pretty much the entire reception just like mingling, hanging out here, chatting about, you know, Adobe Express while engraving these keychains. So before I conclude this workshop and conclude my talk, I'd like to field any questions you might have about, you know, Adobe Express, or maybe even that first talk I did earlier about the different ways SJSU King Library is using Adobe software. Does anybody want to share an idea for a project they might use Adobe for? Are you maybe using Adobe for some of the work you're doing right now? I saw you nod your head. Are you using Adobe something, and what are you using for?
I started using Photoshop during my undergrad. I was a graphic designer, like part-time. And now I'm currently using Adobe XD because I work in UX design.
Wow, cool. So could you tell us a little bit more about Adobe XD? Because actually, I think not a lot of people here have heard of it. They've all heard of Photoshop, I'm sure.
Yeah, so Adobe XD is used for typing, like screens or mobile screens, something that UX designers use. It's similar to Figma, if anyone has heard about Figma. Yeah, you can prototype or make wireframes in Adobe XD. Also, like make interaction design.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm just pulling up what Adobe XD broadly looks like here. It looks like if you're going to use a tool to design the interface for mobile applications, Adobe XD is what you would want to use.
Any size. You can also design desktop applications or
Oh, that's
websites
cool.
too.
Yeah, that's perfect. I think tools like Adobe XD, what's really powerful is, like you said, it can both design, you know, the interface for phones as well as desktop. And oftentimes these frames you see here allow you to like see the interaction when the user interface changes from a phone layout to a desktop layout. And so thank you very much for sharing. Is there anyone else here that wants to share like an Adobe project they're working on, or maybe something they might work on in the future? Oh, please wait for the mic to come. And
I use Adobe a lot for my classes because I'm an animation and illustration major, and I've actually been using Adobe for a long time. I'm actually Adobe certified in Adobe Photoshop CC 2018, but it expired in 2023. So, but yeah, I mainly use Photoshop, After Effects, and Adobe Animate. Although I can't really use Adobe Animate on my current computer right now, unfortunately, because it's a Windows ARM laptop. So I found out that Animate isn't compatible with it because it's not x64. So, but yeah, so I really love Adobe Animate. After Effects is my favorite Adobe program.
thank you very much for sharing. You know, one thing that really caught my attention was you said you were Adobe Professional Certified. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Well, when I was in high school, we had like this computer class and we learned how to use Photoshop, and the school actually paid for us to take the certification exam at the end of the year. So, I was in my sophomore year of high school and I passed the test. So I got, Adobe certified in using Photoshop CC 2018.
Yeah, I just want to point out that that specific resource from Adobe themselves basically helps you get recognized for being proficient at a software, right? Because oftentimes when you go interview somewhere and you say, oh, I know how to use Adobe, well, that's a subjective thing.
Yeah,
It's not something you can really qualify.
It's been on my resume, I have it on my LinkedIn, even though it's expired now. But it was too long, so.
Yeah, I want to point out, I've tried taking that course. It's hard. Like if you actually finish that certificate and complete it, it really shows you at least you really know your way around Adobe software. And so if that's something you are interested, like taking to make yourself stand out during job application processes, that's something you really want to reach out to me to. Students here have already reached out to me for like different certifications, not Photoshop, but you know, for things like Premiere Pro and what was the other one? InDesign. So, you know, 2 industry standard tools to be certified in, among many others, like you hear Photoshop here as well. Okay, I know I am 6 minutes over time, so I'm gonna offer one more opportunity to ask a question. And if, yeah, is there anybody else who'd like to share thoughts, ask a question? Okay, oh, did you want to?
So I was thinking, is there going to be, or like, is it planned to make the Adobe more, I would say, accessible? Because I see like some sources, some programs going a little like not open source, but more, I would say, program available, where you can like get in there and program them a little more. Like a lot of them start like opening their code to make it like more easily accessible. I wonder if Adobe is planning and going in that direction.
My understanding is Adobe has always been in that direction. All of Adobe applications, they actually have I don't know how to describe this, but you can script it. And so people can actually write code and programs and plugins for specific Adobe applications. One notable one, I'm forgetting the name, but it's a script or a plugin for Adobe After Effects. I mean, if anybody is using Adobe After Effects, you've probably heard of like Red Giant, like trap code or something like that. And so Adobe applications, and this is like with Photoshop as well. People write scripts and plugins for Photoshop. I think I downloaded a script for Photoshop that somebody wrote on Reddit and shared out to everybody. And like that person eventually got a job at Adobe because he was so proficient in writing these little plugins that I'm sure somebody there was like, hey, this guy really knows our software and knows how to interface with it through code. And so there's a lot of different ways. And actually, I recognize, I think you from, yeah, you were up there, and there was talk about Adobe Express. Adobe Express has the ability to, Adobe Express doesn't call it plugins like I think other Adobe apps do, but they have add-ons. And so actually, if I go over here, there are a lot of add-ons that people have written for Adobe Express that I actually use myself a lot. And so, yeah, I think my point is there's lots of different ways for you to interact with Adobe programs. If there's like something I think Adobe, if your favorite Adobe application can't do, but you're technically proficient enough to write the code to make it do that, like, I think that's a really cool project. I'm like trying to remember some plugins I downloaded. I downloaded like a batch image processing program for Photoshop. Like I had 50 images open, so I downloaded the script that just kind of like saved it at this specific crop. I know like you can do this in Lightroom, etc. as well. But I remember there was like a specific feature I needed very specifically in Photoshop, like because I had multiple layers to every one of these PSDs I was working with. And so, yeah, that was a very long-winded way of saying, yes, there's way you can interact with Adobe applications beyond actually just like using it for, creating media. Okay, so with that being said, I'm going to stay here until like 5 something. So if you have any question you'd like to ask me one-on-one, please feel free to do so. And I'm going to conclude this my presentation here and start heading over there to get the Glowforge set up so I can start engraving keychains. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Thank you, Raymond. Yeah, it's all really interesting. And that officially concludes our programming for today. You want to get on the right slide? Is that... Yeah. Oh, we don't need this. Okay. We'll have the recordings of everyone's talk online along with the slides in just the next few days. They'll be on the World IA Day website. Also connect with us. We each have some version of a link on that website as well, whether it's a LinkedIn profile or a personal website, like multiple ways you can connect with each of the presenters today. If you haven't already and you're in person, please sign in. It helps us, having you sign in helps us demonstrate interest in talks like these and these types of events. And if you're interested in more events coming out of the Digital Humanities Center, that's a good place to sign up right there as well. But please sign in if you haven't already. I'm trying to think. Other than that, enjoy the reception / networking couple hours we have. Grab a keychain to go. Raymond will be handling that. And I think most of our speakers are still here. So if you do have any final questions, feel free to chat with us. Yeah, thank you all. I appreciate you all attending today.